What up, mobbed? I have. What up, Void? Dog, I did it off stream last night. I spent 3 hours removing fucking charms and re-adding new ones. I wanted to kill myself. That was fucking terrible. I didn't even hatch last night. By the way, this is how small the character is. You ready? You see what I mean? It's just worth it. Like I said, personally to me, yeah, that was the whole point. You know that, right? I thought that's what you were. Yeah, that's the whole point. Because this game's dumb and you can't do it at all. Lol. Yeah, man, I was just thinking of some dumbass shit like that. I didn't even have my alt account rolling last night. There isn't even a 5 trillion pet yet. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's because everybody runs out of coins. This last area of the game at the moment is fucked up. Nobody really knows what it is, but everybody's been running out of coins. Yeah. I mean, I personally don't, but the thing is, with the last update, I was able to roll the entire night and have golden eggs on the entire time. Now I can't. Yeah, tomorrow they're just, like I said, they aren't big updates, but they are updates. Like different shit. Okay. What? Like tomorrow, I can make a bet and say that they're just gonna add five more rooms to the prison, and we already know that there's a new egg that you can buy, which nobody should. Every time I see my character run, this is all I see or hear. That's all I hear in my head. I love it because it's so stupid. Like, I can't climb the stairs. Like, look at this. You're getting banned. Naibo, I'm banning you. Race car? That's Scooby-Doo. What do you mean race car? This stupid ass is like, yo, hell yeah, brother, that's NASCAR. Dog, I don't get it. Isn't Scooby-Doo like universally something that even kids overseas watch whenever they're younger? Or am I tripping? I was gonna say, I figured, like, that's like a universal thing where everybody watches Scoop. You have? It doesn't seem like it. Oh my god. That's so stupid. Oh, time to go do this. I've realized I need to start doing this every 6 hours. And I suggest anybody else do this every 6 hours. Because I was doing it last night and I'm like, how the fuck is it? How the fuck does nobody else like the treasure hideout? Literally, it's get item simulator. Like, there's a chance to get a huge in here, but I don't care about that. Good shit. Because, see, but the thing is, because I was thinking about, like, I was doing it last night, I'm like, how the fuck do more people not do this? And then I realized after I got out that it's only you can do it every 6 hours. But yes, you basically get like 3,000 plus items in 30 minutes. Just now? Did you send something just now? And also, no. The answer's no. Fuck you. I wake up and the first thing I see is, let me get 300 mil so I can buy a hype. You think I ought to ban you just off that? You really think I've ever given that motherfucking bitch coins in Skyblock? You have lost your fucking mind. Oh, by the way, if you do this, Mobbed or anybody else, Magnet and Super Magnet are fucked up or glitched in here. So, for some reason, I've noticed whenever I'm in my, on my hoverboard jumping, it grabs items better. I don't know why or how, so. Say on God? Dog, even if I've given her coins, she has given me more in return. Do you not remember when she gave me a Fatal Tempo Terminator? Do you not remember both times I've sold her shit for 250 mil? Hey, quit being nice. Or not nice. Quit being a dickhead. Damn. Don't be a dickhead, Nibo. Blow me, Void? So you'd be fine with me telling your mama that. Blow me, bitch. Kill yourself. And 100% now? Good, I need a vacation. I just woke up, so I'm still trying to wake up right now. Dog, I didn't realize how sweaty and like try hard this guild I joined is. I might possibly leave soon. Like, I woke up to a notification and announcements. Dog, legit, I'm not kidding. Read this. So this is from less than 12 hours or less than 24 hours apart. The first message is, we are going lower, we are dropping. I think people need to start calling out the people who are slacking and ping them at this point. Also, the only way we will get top 10 is if y'all pull 9 alt accounts in World 3 out your ass and grind with your main account in the same server. This is the only way possible. I have posted free video what they doing in Goop setup via GG. We have tested that depending on your internet connection, how fast you can get keys. I get it, some of y'all are upset, but we can't win them all. And if we do, all we got to get together as a clan is start calling out the trash people who don't meet requirements and start grinding 9 alt accounts. No. Sorry for the people like Krusty and others carrying the clan right now. I'll be you can sure reward top 10 with the hoverboard. And then this happened less than 30 minutes ago. Even though top 10 might not seem possible at the moment, that doesn't mean that you can stop grinding and doing your best for stars. If you really want to spend your time on other things like the classic event or trading, then do it on an alt. If you don't keep grinding stars on your main, then either leave the clan or you'll get kicked from the clan. We are a competitive clan, not a casual clan. If you are a casual player, then leave. Thank you everyone doing their best. I'm like, I woke up to that and I'm like, huh. I'm like, it might be my last day. I'm like, I don't know, did they I'm like I'm like, they not know I'm about to go I'm probably gonna go digging for like hours to try to get a huge today? Like, I understand why they're competitive. Like, I get it. I fully get it. And even though you might be like in Roblox, you gotta realize this game casually has like 100,000 people playing at once. It's way bigger than Skyblock. You see how sweaty those retards are. I just personally thought that was an insane type of post to get when I have been in this guild for less than 24 hours. Nah, if I join one, it's gonna be one that's like more laid back. Like I said, I would make one, but I really don't care that much. Like, I know, but even then, I really don't I don't want to have a guild just because of the fact I would much rather just casually play the game. And, what is it? Now, the thing is, I am gonna stick around in this guild, but gonna be a thing where if it's like I get kicked, I get kicked. You know what I mean? Like, y'all see how much shit I'm getting? Like, I'm about to hit 3,000 items so far. I haven't even checked if I got a fucking item, like a huge or something. Yeah, there is. That's why I'm saying it's a 6-hour cooldown. That's why I'm saying you should try to do this every 6 hours if you're available to play. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Matter of fact, after I finish this up, I'm gonna go on my alt account and do it too. Because I spent it all. Because I went to basically upgrade all. I went to upgrade masteries. Yeah, there's nothing. Like, everybody in the game could be spending shit to get shit. Let's see if we get to see anything about, see if we get to hear from those WWE retards today. That'd be awesome. Also, I will say, Mobbed, if you feel like you're lagging in here too, or your pets are going slower, yeah, they put an ice effect in here. Yes. How can I join? For some reason you can't. Mods haven't fixed it. Why? Because he used the F slur. You can grind out in public lobbies then. I mean... faggot. Like, not even like paraphrased it or anything, just the straight up F slur. Like, I don't know why he thought he was just gonna be able to come up in here and say that, but y'all don't live in America. Y'all don't get that freedom. I need to see, actually, how many motherfucking, how many clan points do I have? Like, am I good enough to do shit right now? Or are they gonna pitch me out? Damn. Like I said, yo guys, did y'all know that the missing Titanic submarine is estimated to have 1 hour of oxygen left? Yo, let's pray we find him in time. Did I even get the huge? No, of course not. I mean, like I said, you get a shit ton of stuff. All these bags, bunch of flags, a lot of sprinklers, which I like. A lot of potions, a lot of enchants. Aw, I didn't get the pet. No. Oh wait, what? Wait, timeout. Now that's concerning. Now I need to go back through all these areas. God damn it. That's why I haven't been getting huges for real. Because I was missing one. Oh yeah. Does this bitch ever restock, by the way? Oh, 100? Damn! I've never opened one of those. What the fuck? Didn't realize they went that crazy. What the fuck? Motherfuck. Quavo! Now it's time for me to log on my alt account and do the same thing. Right at that, thing or whatever. I still love this character, I can't lie. Alright. That right there. Y'all never expect Kanye, but he's always here. Oh, I haven't done index for this alt account at all. Damn. Uh, Do. Well, I love having an alt account. But now I can just go do the same thing I just did and get even more shit. Dog, I want y'all to look at how fucking terrible my team's charms look right now. I took everything. I took all the motherfuckers off. I took every overload charm off of this account, essentially. I ain't leave them with shit. I took everything from them. Was a batty boy. Why am I not grabbing shit as well as my other account? What the fuck? Pick up the orbs, bitch. Maybe it's the hoverboard I'm on, for real. Yeah, it'd be on the other gay one. Hey, for my non-Americans out there, I just saw something on Twitter, so I gotta ask y'all about it. Do y'all really not use paper plates? Like at all? What the fuck? Y'all need to be put on game like that. Y'all gotta learn the lazy American way. These dumbass people in the comments talking about some I mean, yeah, you could use actual plates for like other shit, but like why the fuck why y'all sleeping on paper plates? That shit's easy to get rid of. Just boom, boom, it's gone. Get that shit out of my face. Like these, where's this girl from? She's from Britain. Never mind, her opinion's invalid. I checked her Twitter bio and she had Manchester United in there. Yep, never mind, her opinion's invalid. Somebody said, why not? And she said, paper plates are for events and barbecues, not your house dinner. Not your house. Dinner plates exist for a reason. Her stupid ass got ratioed when he said paper plates are for eating. Which is like, that's understandable. Like, is it wasteful? Yeah. Is it a waste of money? Maybe. Is it better? Absolutely. Oh, you just cooking. What up, Osnoff? You just cook a little meal, put it on a paper plate, throw it away. That's it. Now you don't have to do a thing called a chore. I appreciate the sub as well, my man. I wish there's a way for me to be able to see when people subscribe because it's getting annoying. I don't like not being able to thank people anymore. I used to love thanking people for following on Twitch. You want a huge cock? I don't have any. How is that? That is not your dream pet. That is just a pet. That's fake. Yeah, I'll give you 80 mil. Huge. Give me a second, mobbed. Oh, never mind, Nibo. They got her ass. She literally made a tweet 2 months ago saying living with your parents as an adult is coming back from work, uni, and having to wash dishes you didn't touch all day. Yeah, that bitch feels stupid now. Well, I already gave the happy computer to mobbed. She's just gonna go ahead and do this. Nip it in the bud. Like, yeah, that's cool and all, but you have to load it up. Like I said, I'm thinking, if it's a lazy, fat piece of shit American way, sure, fuck it, I don't care. But I feel like it's just way easier to be like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just put my shit on a paper plate, eat it, throw it away, and then... I really wanted to get my first huge, then play the game. Yo, I think these people are turning me back to the old 4chan. I think. I might be legit. I think the old 4chan's about to come back soon. What do you mean the one that said the N-word? Who the fuck said the N-word? No, I'm talking about the kids that come in here begging. Like, first off, coming in here saying you subbed, thinking that's gonna get you any favors, I don't give a shit. Like I said, if they... Like, if you come in and chat a little bit and then are like, hey, you got any, like, later game pets you could, sell me? Like, if somebody comes in and asks, can I sell them, like, some of the newer, like, the best pets, I will give it to them for free. Because at least there, it's like a respect thing, where they're coming in being like, hey, I don't want to ask for anything, but could I at least buy some off of you? I'll be like, sure, what's your IG, and I'll give it to you for free. Because at least then, I feel like you're at least being nice and respectful about it. And you aren't genuinely coming in here just to beg. But whenever people come in here and they're like, yo, give me shit for free. Let me get a huge light dog. That kid really came in here and said my dream pet was the pet that has the most, it's the most halved. Like, it's the pet that everybody has, because there's literally a million of them. Unironically, there's a million of them. Like, that's more than Hell Rock. Or Happy Rock. You're gonna tell me that's your fucking dream pet is the one that everybody has? Dude, my favorite pet is the one that was so fucking easy to get. If y'all didn't play when that happened, it was literally an event where they're like, hey, we're giving, you can roll for this pet, and there's literally gonna be 1,000,000 of them. Ruh-roh. Time to go to... give me a second. Kill. Kill. Hurry it up. Chop chop, bitch. It's even started to get a little bit annoying for me for people that join stream and ask, can they buy my huges? Like, why would I... Why? Why would I let you do that? Oh, this is gonna be funny, too. Literally, if you gave me a huge, I would pre-cum right now. Like, leave me the fuck alone, man. Shoo! I would literally nut everywhere if you gave me a huge right now. Dead ass. Dead homies. Yo guys, where am I? Oh guys, this is Racing Simulator. The only reason I'm doing these is because, like I said, I want to drop every huge in the game that you can drop. If there was a way, like, whenever... Let me ask my clan in a minute. 'Cause that... Oh, I need to do these on a private server next time. Is there a way I can hide my pets? Does anybody know? That's gay. At least you can hide other people's. So yeah, last night I realized I had to remove glistening and everything from all my pets. But not only that, I had to add TNT and lightning to all of them. But that's not what even happened. Because what I realized is if I added TNT to all my huges, it lags the server. And I can't use my PC, or I can't even see anything. So I had to remove all the TNTs off of 99 huges to do that. And then I had to extract overload from all my huges as well. But I didn't realize that you have to take off every charm on your huges to get rid of that. Even though, like, I don't know how long I'll stay in this clan, I know at least this is the setup for it. You know what I mean? Like, this is the setup I'm going to keep. The only thing I will change The only thing I will change is enchants. I like how pets follow taps doesn't work. I need to start uploading content for Pet Sim. It seems like freer views than even doing Skyblock content. And here, the kids don't even really know what my face looks like, so I can be fat again behind a screen without retards calling me queso all day. If I ever get called that again, I'm gonna just say, "Oh, are you Hispanic? You're talking about the cheese, right?" Um, where am I? I'm gonna go make coffee after this, and then I'll decide what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna go mining again, because I really want to get my mining up, and I also want to get a huge. Oh, I'm making a big ass cup. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go do it now. Fuck these guys. Be right back. computer functions back on. Welcome back to the first Roblox AI stream. For a free huge, please like and subscribe. Alright, bullshit aside, give me like, I'm gonna be muted for like 5 minutes. I need to call my mom. Be right back. Alright, never mind. I guess you don't want to talk to me. Oh well. Alright, who the fuck messaged me? My other account probably lagged. Or no, it finished. Okay, cool. Did I get something? Nope. Why would I think I had gotten something? World 1. Oh yeah, I need to join World 1 with my alt real quick. I need to join and, trade shit with it. Hello? Okay, there we go. I've joined... Bitch, this is my world. I didn't join shit. Don't you even fucking think about it, bitch. Damn, you got eated. Alright, what do I need to give myself? Ugh. Give him these. Give him this. This. Give him this. Give him this. 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 Nothing else? Give him this. Give him this. This, this. This. Do you have VIP? Awesome. I love when that happens. I too also have missing items I was trying to give myself. Yeah, that happened. That happened to me a bunch. It's annoying, but eventually I'm just like, fuck it, who cares anymore? That's why, personally as well, though, mobbed, I would try to get the, Diamond Breakables quest. I would only do the second and the third quest until it goes to one of those, and then only do the other two quests. That's how I worked around that. Alright, give me a second. Trying to get to max potions. I'm glad I don't have to buy all of them anymore. That's what I did originally. Because I would say I was probably one of the first people to get Potion Mastery Max and Enchant. Alright, 2 more levels. How much closer am I? Oh, might hit 99. I will be very happy. How close, man? God damn. Am I really not gonna hit it? I'm gonna kill myself. Now I'm about to go broke. Hold on. I gotta send myself a stimmy. They call me Stimmy Turner. Sorry. I remember I kept telling people that whenever I got my COVID or that stimulus check, I kept pissing everybody off. Hold on. I'm studying the blade real quick. Thank the Lord. God damn. What up, Gutierrez? I had to study the blade real quick. There's a fucking gnat that kept flying over my TV. And since I have OCD, I can't handle that. So I had to wait for it to land on the TV again, and I smacked the shit out of it. It kinda hurt my hand low-key. Ow. Hold on, my mom's calling. Sorry about that, y'all. You know how moms get. Oh, nice. I was unmuted the whole time. Lol. I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. You got on and you were signed out? Yeah, I don't know what happened with that then. How many keys do I have here? Oh, I have a lot, so let me do this. Anybody still here? How'd you get that? Why? With the shiny version, or just that? Oh, by the way, I'm gonna put on a video. This one is 4 hours long. Uh this video, it's a, like I said, it's a 4-hour video, so we got a lot to watch. I will tell y'all what it's about right now. If any of y'all ask what it is after this, I will fight you. Like, beat you with hammers type shit. Okay? So this video is about the spectacular failure of the Star Wars Hotel. Okay? And since we gonna be doing some probably boring grinding, might as well have a video.
So on March 1st, 2022, the Walt Disney Company opened their newest experiment in themed entertainment, an immersive, multi-day adventure set in the Star Wars universe. When this was first announced, everybody just called it the Star Wars Hotel. Disney World has a lot of themed hotels: safari-themed hotel, New Orleans-themed hotel, amusement park-themed hotel. So people were like, okay, they're building another one, and this time the theme is Star Wars. But this project was never intended to be like Disney's other hotels. If you stay at the amusement park-themed hotel, you're supposed to enjoy the ambiance while you're there, but you're expected to leave and spend 90% of the day outside at the actual amusement parks. Meanwhile, the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser was pitched as an all-inclusive resort, a landlocked cruise. Aside from a brief excursion into the Star Wars-themed section of Hollywood Studios, you're not meant to leave the building. You wouldn't pick the length of your stay, it's always 2 nights, 2 days, and you're provided with a trip itinerary which blocks out pretty much everything almost down to the minute. You're better off thinking of it as a summer camp. Space camp, if you like. Or if you're sort of nerdy, you can think of it as LARP, live action roleplay. You aren't just doing Star Wars themed activities, you're supposed to feel like you're in the Star Wars universe. Everything is themed to look like you're on a spaceship, the common areas are populated by character actors, and you're encouraged to dress up and create a character as you're guided through a storyline. It would be Disney's most unique, most ambitious, and most immersive offering.
If you paid for this, you deserve to be bullied. By the way, this might be a spoiler, but I heard about this when this came out. It costs $5,000, by the way. Just in case anybody wanted to realize how stupid it is. This shit costs $5,000 for 2 days. And if you think that also includes, travel, no. It costs $3,000 specifically just to be there. Which, that's kind of funny. If you paid that, you deserve it. You've earned that. Whoops. Sorry, lady.
Yet, and it would also go out of business. Yeah, on May 19th, 2023, Disney announced they would be calling it quits that September. Only 18 months after the hotel's grand opening, it would close forever. And I went to this hotel, so this video, which was initially just meant to be a deep dive of the hotel and a review, has instead become a kind of eulogy and a detailed archive of what the hotel was actually like. And together, we will discover why it went out of business. That might sound daunting, but don't worry, I have organized it into an internet-friendly numbered list. So join me on this adventure. By the end, you'll feel like you were there too. And also, I think, feel other emotions. Part 1. Why have they done this? I think immersion has been a prevailing buzzword in theme park marketing for at least a decade now.
I think this time we really raised the level of immersion.
The immersion into the Pacific Northwest is absolutely incredible.
Guests will be able to explore even more.
Who the fuck is that? Atom bomb survivor. Is that fucked up? Sorry.
More immersive worlds.
Disney Cruise Line ships have immersive activities.
The first immersive storyland that we built at Disney Hollywood Studios.
You immerse yourself into the culture of where you're visiting.
And really immerse themselves in the story.
Really to immerse the audience in the experience.
And immerse the guests in a world.
I want to immerse myself into those character costumes and fuck them.
A whole new world. It's immersive. So immersive. It's incredible. I mean, it's so immersive.
The most immersive. The most immersive.
The most immersive.
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the set of the movie, they have themed food, and you can buy wizard robes and wear them around. Pandora, the World of Avatar was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the animation from the movie, they have themed food, and you can buy Avatar ears and wear them around. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was pitched as immersive because it doesn't look like any particular movie, they have themed food, and you can buy Jedi robes, but you're not allowed to wear them inside the theme park. Yeah, that one kind of stumbled across the finish line. Anyway, all of that is what you might call immersive. But I would also call it just a theme park. That's the definition of a theme park, a themed environment with rides. Compare this to something like a Six Flags, where it's like a crumbling gas station with roller coasters out back, and one of the roller coasters has a Superman logo on it. I can never help it, I'm always attacking Six Flags unprovoked. Six Flags I would call an amusement park and not even a theme park if I was in charge of the terminology, because theme parks are themed. I love that about them, but that's not revolutionary. That's just what they've always been. Disney has had these design principles forever. They just used other synonyms for immersion. It was called realism, maybe feeling transported, maybe escapism, maybe even this plaque that Walt Disney installed at the entrance to Disneyland when he built it. He didn't know about the word immersion yet, but if he had, it would probably be the only word on there. I mean, Pandora, the world of Avatar, isn't more immersive than Disneyland's Adventureland. If I go to Adventureland, it looks like I'm at a jungle outpost.
Can y'all hear everything, by the way? Like, is it good? Is it alright? We cool? We chillin'? Just double checking. Ah! Okay, cool.
I can eat themed food, and I can buy a safari helmet and wear it around. I've never seen anyone do that, but I have seen them for sale, so it's possible. Sure, Pandora has physically larger and grander set pieces, and it emulates a landscape more foreign to us, but that's in part because Pandora was built in 2017 with a budget of $500 million. Adventureland was built in 1955, and I'm pretty sure Walt Disney just paid the construction guys in soda pop and grilled cheese sandwiches. But at their core, the two lands are the same in that the immersion is purely aesthetic. There's no one specific narrative to be told. Nobody is really in character. The employees in Pandora may refer to the film Avatar as the documentary, but they're not going to speak fluent Na'vi back to me, no matter how angrily I shouted at them. So the word immersion is fairly new to the scene, but the practice isn't. But with competing parks building more and more detailed environments, we see the word immersion applied to basically everything as a one-word way to communicate that. And with this heavy marketing emphasis on immersion, it's no wonder that companies wanted to take it further.
This is the next phase. This is the next level of immersive storytelling, everything in the immersive field we've been dreaming of.
And once you've done themed environments, themed food, themed clothing, the only way to take it further is to move all the way into LARP. But an experience of this kind had never been offered by any theme park company before. The last thing you want is for your product to alienate the Thompsons from Iowa who love to spend money on Disney vacations but have never stepped foot inside a board game store. And while nerds are pretty aware of what LARP is, most normies have either not heard of it or have never considered it something they might enjoy. In fact, to most non-theater kids, the prospect seems kind of mortifying. It would take a savvy marketing team to pitch this to the average consumer. Part 2. The marketing. The marketing was extremely bad. The hotel concept was first accidentally leaked in April 2017. Disney had contracted a third-party survey company called Swagbucks to try to gauge interest for an...
That's a fucking throwback, ain't it? Swag bucks? Oh my god, that's a throwback. Those fuckers did not get me any money.
An immersive Star Wars experience. As with every theme park industry survey, the content was immediately posted to multiple fan sites, so the secret was out.
And tonight, only Eyewitness News has learned what may be one of the biggest talkers yet. Channel 9 anchor Jamie Holmes got a hold of a survey that has been sent out, wanting to know if fans would be interested in an entire Star Wars themed hotel.
The survey wants to know if fans would be interested in a Star Wars boutique hotel where you would spend 2 nights in a completely immersive Star Wars experience. The survey includes renderings like this, where the resort looks like a spacecraft, and rooms that have an interactive view out the virtual window on the Star Wars galaxy.
The survey specifically teased a multi-day experience with character performers, secret missions, a pool, a fitness area, robot butlers. The survey asked whether guests would be willing to pay $900 to $1,000 per person for such an experience. Initially, nobody was sure whether this was just a distant idea or if Disney was actually serious about it. But just 3 months later at the 2017 D23 Expo, CEO Bob Chapek got up on stage and clumsily and uncharismatically announced it to the world.
So today, I am thrilled to confirm that we are working on our most experiential concept ever. It combines a luxury resort with an immersion in an authentic Star Wars environment.
Initially, I remember the response being generally positive, but sort of muted. Like, people were curious what this would entail, but with just a couple of pieces of early concept art and vague marketing phrases like, be immersed in your own Star Wars adventure, it was just too early to really even understand what it was. I mean, Disney will literally call a pizza parlor immersive, so that doesn't mean much. These days, a lot of the stuff they announce at D23 doesn't even end up getting built, so I understand why the response was a little subdued. But at the next D23 Expo in 2019, things were more concretely taking shape. It appeared the hotel was actually happening, and we got more of an outline of what it would entail. The audience gets to see some cool concept art of an arrival terminal. We'll put a pin in that. We're told about space windows, interactivity, branching story paths.
It is an opportunity to live your multi-day story as it unfolds and interweaves with the crew, other passengers, and those Star Wars characters.
At this point, the public's interest was piqued, but overall there just wasn't enough information to know what to make of it. Okay, so what's next? Well, it's kind of weird, but the next info about the hotel they dropped was just showing us that they made this lightsaber.
Light, darkness, a balance.
They made a lot of commotion about this special lightsaber. See, it looks like one of those fancy effects lightsabers, but it actually comes out of the handle like the ones in the movies. And everybody was like, wow, we can buy that? And they were like, well, no, you can look at it exclusively on the Galactic Star Cruiser. Which, that's a little less exciting, right? If I just wanted to look at a convincing lightsaber, I could already do that by watching the film Star Wars. I want to touch, but I can see why I can't touch it. People found the patent, and it basically works like an extendable tape measure with a spool of LED gamer lights glued onto it. It could never hold up to rough housing from a kid, and I also get the impression that it can't retract in an elegant way. Like maybe they have to take it apart and re-spool it or something. You can see everyone that does handle it acts like it's going to fall apart at any minute. When Josh D'Amaro shows it off at D23, he doesn't swish it around, he won't even gesticulate while he's holding it. He just holds it perfectly upright with both hands and then gingerly passes it off to his assistant, just like in the movies. In my opinion, it was monumentally stupid of them to advertise this ahead of time. I think it's the kind of parlor trick that's more dazzling if you aren't expecting it, and it's such a limited trick, right? Like, this thing we see in the ad and at the expo, that's the whole thing the lightsaber does, and now we've seen it. I think this would have gotten better online buzz if they'd saved it as a surprise for opening weekend. But to be honest, they might have showcased this out of desperation. It certainly seems like for several expos they haven't had much to announce. On August 4th, 2021, Star Cruiser releases their first real ad.
For the first time, it's real. We've traveled to the far reaches of the galaxy. We got recruited by the Resistance, and now we're ready.
Come on, Dad!
Are Star Wars fans known to, like, leave their house? Because I would say no, right? Like, I don't see Star Wars fans and I'm like, oh yeah, they leave their house. So who was this for?
We gotta go save the ship.
No. We're gonna save the galaxy.
So that was pretty vague, but it at least communicated a few things. You see a family is on a spaceship, they've met a few people in alien makeup, and got to do some kind of resistance mission. It's a decent teaser, I guess. None of the characters in this ad will actually appear in the finished product, and you can tell from the way they shot it that they haven't completed any of the building interiors. But I think it's supposed to be more of a proof of concept. Unfortunately, on the same day they dropped this ad, Disney also dropped the sample pricing for the experience, and here's some foreshadowing for you. The news was not well received. People had already been skeptical about this project, and Disney being Disney, there was already a lot of speculation that it would cost a lot. But it actually cost a lot. And that'll be in our next chapter. But for now, let's just say it was expensive. From this point on, marketing will be fighting an uphill battle to start any positive conversation about the Galactic Star Cruiser, because now all anyone wants to talk about is the price tag. It isn't until November of that year that we get our next substantial info drop. In this promotional video, executive Josh D'Amaro walks over to the Star Cruiser to demo it. For the life of me, I cannot understand why they have this shot of him strolling in from outside. It's so unimmersive. And then they fade to him standing in the lightsaber training pod, and it looks so sad and featureless.
We have been working on this experience to have a whole brand new way for our guests to experience this ancient art of the lightsaber.
During normal operation, this room has ambient lighting, but here they've overlit it and made it look very cheap.
This looks unbelievable.
So the important context is that this was our first real look at what you would do on the Star Cruiser. People now knew what it cost, but not exactly what it was offering. A frankly insane order in which to release information. So for this video, Josh is going to demo the exclusive lightsaber training experience.
Oh.
All right, so I'm
So
standing right
you're
here.
right there.
I'm facing
You're
here.
face off against the remote.
Okay, so it looks bad. We can all say that it looks bad. He's moving so
Holy shit. He's a Jedi, y'all. What the fuck? I didn't realize they paid the real Jedis.
slowly, and I'm so secondhand embarrassed about how rigidly he's moving. Like, why is he moving his torso and not his arms? Why is it like that? Again, if they're marketing an immersive experience, why are they doing such unimmersive showcases? Why not have kids do the lightsaber experience and have everybody in costume and shoot and edit it to look a little more dynamic? Why do they think we want to see an executive trying it? I'm giving that ad a thumbs down. But let's move on to the next big promo video, released just a couple weeks later. Disney has pulled out all the stops for this one. They've got their most charismatic Imagineer giving a tour of the ship. They've got an actor from one of their ABC sitcoms here to try it out.
Hello there. I'm super excited to see what you and your team created. We cannot wait to have you aboard because Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is a first of its kind vacation experience where you get to spend 2 days and 2 nights living out your very own Star Wars story. Oh, I'm just too excited. We gotta go inside.
This is my favorite piece of marketing material. The ship looks empty and lifeless, like when you're in a mall past closing time. The delivery is stilted. The editing is supremely awkward. They constantly sound like they're being cut off.
It's like I'm walking straight into a Star Wars movie.
Except it's not a movie, right? You get to be in the middle of it all and in the middle of the action.
And then there's activities you can do on here.
Yeah, there are activities on board the ship.
Actor Sean Giambroni looks briefly at the bridge, sends the ship into light speed.
Punch it!
And then he wanders away from his tour into this half-empty lounge where a Twi'lek singer sings at him.
What's going on? I just popped through that door and I have no idea.
Look above and see the world slowly emerge before your eyes.
And once we're shown this character, the ad just kind of becomes a short music video. Like, this is not presented from the perspective of the sitcom actor as he marvels at this new world. The camera takes us physically away from him to a perfectly centered shot of the alien singer. He stumbles back out into the hallway. Was that all a dream? What does it mean? And the ad ends there. I can't even imagine what they were thinking with this one. Okay, first, let me do a compliment sandwich. I theoretically like this as theme park marketing material. Instead of just giving us practical information, they decided to do a little skit, which is always better. And I, for one, love Sean Giambroni's G. Willikers performance here. It's like if they got Mickey Rooney to do the ad. To me, someone who's watched a lot of vintage theme park promotional materials, this all feels charmingly dorky and sort of retro. But ask yourself, is dorky and retro really what you're going for when you're promoting an infamously expensive, ostensibly groundbreaking experience? A project that already has a lot of naysayers? I would think you'd want to make it look as cool as possible. Really put your best foot forward. Not to mention, this video conveys next to nothing about what you actually do on the Star Cruiser. The Disney marketing department seems to think saying punch it is enough of a selling point for an attraction, and I think they're mistaken about that. The building doesn't even come across well because all the sets are overlit and underpopulated. They look cheap. Furthermore, why would you choose to do an ad that's centered around the fact that there's a singer? I think this character is a cool bit of world building, and a live singer does make a restaurant feel more expensive, but surely they didn't think that this would be the main selling point of a Star Wars roleplay experience. The performance itself is awkward, like it's not even a performance venue. She's just standing in the middle of a small lounge between tables, singing loudly to like maybe 10 people. And she's not even doing a lounge singer song, which might have helped the vibe. She's just doing like a human pop song. It keeps cutting to the other patrons of the bar and they're just kind of bobbing their heads in polite disinterest. If you're doing a skit anyway, why have the weird framing narrative where Sean Giambroni walks into a fake hotel to speak with an Imagineer? Why not just shoot a little skit where he's already living in the story of the hotel? They're trying to hook us on the idea that this will be an out-of-this-world adventure, but Sean's whole adventure was that he briefly saw a woman singing and she looked unusual. Anyway, this
Yeah, that singer's got to give me head. Like that has to be the only option why he was so happy. It's like, dude, she sucked the fuck out some dick.
Ad was poorly received and widely mocked. Allegedly, hotel dates which had previously been fully booked suddenly became available in the week following the ad. That would suggest that some people found the ad so discouraging that they went out of their way to cancel existing reservations. And I think these reports must have been true because within the week, Disney deleted this ad from all platforms. Yikes. If you're wondering how Disney tried to follow that, the answer is that they didn't. That ad went over so badly that I guess they just completely gave up on shooting new promotional material for the Star Cruiser. New Twitter promos would pop up, but they would just be stills of concept art or recuts of that first teaser ad supplemented with a little bit of new footage. To emphasize the choose your own adventure aspect of the experience, they would add in clips of each story path. So they had a Jedi ad, a smuggler ad, and they had an ad about how you can sell Chewbacca out to the First Order and get him thrown in jail, which was so poorly received that Disney would later delete it from all platforms. It's weird that that happened twice. The thing about these ads is, anyone with a functioning brain sees this footage and is like, that feels improbable. Logistically, I doubt I'll be doing a solo run through a whole satisfying, movie-accurate adventure. But then, if my visit will look nothing like these ads, what will it look like? A question Disney seemed unable or unwilling to answer. Instead, they just kept showcasing the same limited roster of activities they'd already told us about. Like Good Morning America did a promotional segment, and surprise, it's pushing buttons on the bridge, it's the lightsaber game again, a chance to meet Chewbacca, which you can already do in Disneyland, and for some reason—
Ugh! What the fuck was that? Wait, time out. What the fuck was that?
lightsaber game again, a chance to meet Chewbacca, which you can already do in Disneyland.
That is not Chewbacca. They just found a hairy man. That's what that is. That is not Chewbacca. I've never watched a Star Wars movie, but I know Chewbacca at least. That is not no fucking Chewbacca. That's Baka-Chew.
And for some reason they let Bob Chapek wriggle out of his den and fumble his way through an interview. Once again, no real insight into the choose your own adventure aspect, despite it being the biggest selling point of the hotel. So I've pretty much covered all the ads intended for the general public, but since I'm a hardcore theme park fan, I did personally try to delve a little deeper. So through all this, I was watching all of Disney's social media channels, and they posted a few panels with their Imagineers. Maybe it's unfair to lump these in with the ads since they're only intended for nerds, but they did give me a little more info about what you do in the gameplay.
There might be someone that you help stow away. There might be someone that you help get thrown in a brig, right? Like,
or break out.
Or break out of the brig, right? There could be a galactic superstar who entertains you on the first night, but then also tasks you with helping her smuggle something.
Nice. Finally, we get a concrete example. I love that.
Or you might help someone get their luggage on board without somebody noticing. You never know.
Okay, I'm definitely getting the idea that we're going to smuggle luggage at some point.
I think about the fact that you might meet one of our characters. You might meet one of them on the bridge. You might meet them sort of on a screen first. Then you help them board. Then you smuggle their luggage.
Okay, a lot of smuggling luggage, perhaps.
Then they appear on the ship.
Physically, they walk into the room
while you're smuggling their luggage on board.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Then you see them later, they send you a message saying, thanks for your help with the luggage.
As the opening date approached, Disney, of course, pivoted to influencer marketing. And in my opinion, they managed to fumble this too. From what I saw, most of the people they invited were TikTokers who just stood in the atrium and did viral dances. Why would seeing the grown-up dancing girl from High School Musical dancing in the atrium make me want to book this trip unless I also planned on dancing in the atrium, which statistically I don't. I feel like even if that did successfully pique the interest of their audience, a lot of these people's fans are late high school and early college students who don't have the financial flexibility to book the Star Cruiser even if they want to. Besides, if all you're looking for is an attractive backdrop for photos and dances, you could just go trample around in the Super Bloom or book any resort with an infinity pool. I think a more realistic demographic would have been to focus on Comic-Con types, older nerds who have grown-up jobs and are already familiar with role-playing. So I think they would have been better off mixing in big fish from the smaller ponds of LARP, cosplay, probably D&D podcasts. I know these are marginally more obscure hobbies, but a lot of money is spent on them every year. And here's another general issue I've always had with Disney influencer marketing. naming conventions. In the olden days, Disney would call stuff by fairly natural, simple names. Tomorrowland, Space Mountain. The Alice in Wonderland ride is called Alice in Wonderland. They don't do that anymore. I think it's for copyright reasons or for search engine optimization, but it's so awkward. Now Disney products are called things like The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventure, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. So you end up with all these products which, colloquially, nobody calls by their actual registered names. People say Star Wars Land, they say the Star Wars Hotel. People say, I want to ride the Cars ride. They don't say, I want to ride Radiator Springs Racers. And the big problem here is if you make contracts with influencers and you require them to call your products by the full legal names, they're going to sound like you're paying them. Imagine if I told you, I went to Disney World and saw Star Wars Land. It was pretty fun. I saw the Star Wars bar and I went on the Millennium Falcon ride. Now imagine if I told you, this summer I got to experience Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I loved seeing Oga's Cantina and blasting off on Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. Which one do you believe more? And yet Disney's marketing team is absolutely allergic to just letting people call things by their casual nicknames. And I think it makes all media they produce, host, and sponsor sound extremely insincere. This problem is especially present in this one marketing product I found, the Plan Disney podcast. I highly recommend giving this podcast a watch sometime, by which I mean it is fascinatingly bad. Basically, on this podcast, Disney brings in a rotating cast of real fans and social media personalities to give trip reports and offer advice to fellow guests. The podcast isn't secretive about being produced by Disney. It's shot inside the theme parks. They disclose that their panelists are compensated. So with that context, I don't think it's weird that the panelists would only have good things to say about Disney World. But what I do think is weird is the way they talk.
Do you have anything that's coming up that's exciting you about Disney destinations?
Okay, I am very excited. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And my friend and fellow panelist was recently on the maiden voyage of Galactic Star Cruiser over at Walt Disney World Resort. I was just talking to her. She said that it's like being the main character in your own Star Wars story.
All of the terminology is so rigidly corporate. Half the time the hosts are literally reading off a prompter, and the rest of the time you can tell they've been briefed on the questions and prepared their answers ahead of time.
Guys, we cannot forget the ultimate Star Wars fans, right? I mean, what would be more intense than a 2-day stay at the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser?
Yes.
We're talking about an immersive experience.
And like, why? Disney has so many fans that will uncritically celebrate their products without getting paid, so why not just let them use their own words? Why make your own fake podcast in the first place? Nobody's watching this except me, and I'm only watching it as performance art.
After you check in, you jump into a launch pod.
Okay.
And in my opinion, this is when
Yeah, who the fuck is this for? Like, who's sitting down at home and is like, you know, I want to go watch the Disney podcast? Nobody. Who the fuck is this for?
the adventure really begins.
It never used to be like this. Why does corporate mandate that they talk about the products this way? Why is all this marketing so bad? Are they really so out of touch? Could they be so naive? In all fairness, I don't envy the marketing team for Star Cruiser. This experience is clearly intended to be more than the sum of its parts, a collection of fairly pedestrian activities dressed up with clever showmanship and put together in a high enough quantity that the overall experience will dazzle you. So how do you market something like that? Showing any one activity in isolation will look bad because it's not exciting enough on its own, but showing all the activities will ruin the product because it relies heavily on surprises. What's worse, this level of immersive activity has only been attempted by theme parks a handful of times before and has no real basis for comparison. They could compare it to LARP, but we've already covered how many normal people don't fully understand what that is. I'm sure everybody watching this video does, you freaks, but many people don't. I think Disney might have been better off comparing it to living in a video game, but maybe they knew that would have been overselling it. I can't really think of any video game that plays the way Star Cruiser does. We'll talk about that later. It might have been better to compare it to a murder mystery dinner, but those don't usually make you think of luxury and never-before-seen immersion. So instead, Disney compared it to nothing. They relied on their brand identity and loyal customer base to essentially buy a mystery box. They showed almost nothing of what the experience would entail. They defaulted to bloated marketing language like, live your Star Wars story, step into the world of Star Wars, immerse yourself in a one-of-a-kind adventure. And, as I already foreshadowed, there was one more significant complication. Part 3. The cost. So let's break this down. For our 2-person cabin, the total came to $6,066.88.
Excuse me? It's more than what it was? Yeah, everybody a part of that team's going to hell. I hope they know that. Like, I personally will tell them that. Like, I'll go up to them and be like, by the way, you guys are all going to hell. I just thought you should know that because y'all are evil people. The fuck do you mean it's that much? You lost your fucking mind?
So that's $3,033.44 per person. The official website quoted $4,800 for a 2-person cabin, so that's what a lot of people repeat when they're discussing pricing. But really, that's just the lowest possible price, so it's not really a reliable figure. Unlike other hotels, the room was not a flat rate, so the price went up for each person added to the booking, but it went up by smaller increments for each one. I'm just making up these numbers, but for instance, it's possible that when I went, if I had put 4 people in my cabin, it would have cost something like $7,500. But because that's now being split 4 ways, the cost per person would go down. I'm sorry if this sounds confusing, it is confusing. This was made more complicated by the lack of transparency on price points. To get a quote, you already had to know your number of travelers and all their names, you had to have a weekend in mind, and then you would call them on the phone, there was usually a long queue before you talked to someone, and then, assuming your ideal week happened to be available, the agent would tell you a price. I didn't have the freedom of clicking around on a digital calendar looking for the cheapest day. I didn't play with number of guests to see how much that would raise or lower the cost. They made it so you had to move pretty far into the booking process before you could get a quote. So because of this, I can't really guess an average or median price point for any given trip. When Disney said it was possible to book a 2-person room for $4,800, that might have just meant that there was a single day each year that it cost that little. The cabin might have averaged a $5,500 price tag or an $8,000 price tag. If you were serious about going, you just had to cold call them and find out. So all this to say, since I paid for my own trip and I have my invoice and I know exactly what I paid, I'm going to be running my cost analysis based on my own experience. So, $6,066.88. For 2 people. This didn't include our flights to Florida, obviously, and it also didn't include transportation from the airport. I just mentioned that because Disney World used to offer free airport shuttles to hotel guests, and they decided to take that away in 2021 out of stinginess, I guess, if we're being honest. So the prices I'm discussing only covered me from the moment I arrived at the Star Cruiser. Now, let's think value for your time. How many hours of entertainment are you getting for that price? According to the sample itinerary on the website, you check in at 1 p.m. on day 1 and check out at 10 a.m. on day 3, but obviously I'm not going to include the hours I spent sleeping and showering in the value of the experience. You can see on the schedule that there's a certain time each night when you're essentially dismissed to go to bed, at which point exciting things will pause. I'm not going to be super pedantic and cut out things like meal times because after all, some of those included entertainment. I'm also not going to bother cutting out the 10-minute gaps in the sample itinerary when they have you walking from place to place. Heck, I'll even be generous and include breakfast and the shuttle back to Earth on checkout day as entertainment hours. So as you can see, day 1 gives us 7 hours and 45 minutes of entertainment time. Day 2 is going to be a 16-hour day. That sounds exhausting. And day 3 offers just 1 hour and 30 minutes. That gives us a grand total of 25 hours and 15 minutes of entertainment time. Once again, that per person cost was $3,033.44 divided by 25.25 hours equals $120.14 per person per hour of entertainment, or about $2 per person per minute. Better not sleep in, kids. I should also clarify that I paid for the rock bottom, no frills package. There were multiple available add-ons which I did not buy. Actually, I might have bought some of them, but they were not mentioned to me when I booked, so I didn't know they existed until it was too late. At the time I was booking our spot, the hotel had not yet opened to the public, so a lot of information was still being gatekept, and it was just kind of expected that you would know what to ask for, but obviously I didn't. To be honest, that entire process was extremely confusing and frustrating and stressful. So we booked the standard room, which was the cheapest and the smallest, but there were actually options for 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom suites. The website didn't even list sample prices for these, but one fan blog took one for the team and called about booking the largest suite on a random day in September, and they were quoted a price of over $12,000. There were also less
Excuse me? 12,000? Like 12? 000? What? 12,000?
extravagant add-ons. For $30 per person, I could have upgraded our dinner seating to the captain's table experience. And again, I didn't know that existed when I booked, so I didn't get to book it. And I sure wish I had. We'll get to that. The only add-on I did pay for was the Memory Maker. This was the one thing they did recommend to me. Basically, when I was booking, they said there would be a bunch of roaming photographers on the ship, taking both candid and posed photos of guests. The Memory Maker bundle was $169, and it would allow unlimited free downloads of those photos. I correctly predicted that I would be recording video the whole time and fail to get any photos of myself, so I bought it. However, after I bought it, and just a few weeks before my trip, they rolled out another different add-on where you could buy a private photo shoot for 30 minutes for $399. And from what I can tell, once Disney rolled out this more expensive private photo session, they just reassigned all the photographers who would have been roaming the ship to do the private shoots instead because it made more money. So what I'm saying is that I paid the $169 for Memory Maker, and we didn't see any photographers the entire trip except for the ones actively engaged in private photo shoots. So I just kind of lit that money on fire, and I have pretty much no photos of my trip, but whatever. This didn't sit right with me, and I did like a sanity check on some fan groups and found out that the same thing had happened to a bunch of people where they just saw no photographers the whole time. So I actually called and emailed a couple different departments at Disney asking for a refund and wasn't able to get one. They just said no. But then I complained on my Twitter account, which has a lot of followers, and suddenly they personally called me and gave me my refund. They didn't even ask for my phone number. Like, someone at Disney did the legwork to go into the database, look up my booking info, and then find my phone number and call me within like a day of the tweet going out. And the person who called me was really nice, and I'm thankful that he cared to resolve it. But I just always feel very cynical when I try to resolve issues through the appropriate channels available to all customers, and nobody will help me until they find out I'm an influencer. I spoke with several other guests who got Memory Maker and had the exact same problems as me, and they never got refunds. Another hidden cost was that Disney recommended Star Cruiser guests arrive one day before their booking date. Real cruises, the ones that are on boats, also recommend this because in both cases time is of the essence and you don't want your whole trip ruined because of a flight delay. Remember, $2 per person per minute, so we're not showing up late. But of course, this additional night in Florida is just another bonus expense for out-of-town guests. One thing that was included in the Star Cruiser price was admission to the theme park for up to 7 hours, and there were several suggested add-ons.
If I'm paying $6,000 to go to this fuck-ass hotel, I'm sleeping in the theme park, okay? I'm gonna ride the roller coaster the entire night. You better have some unpaid worker out there serving me the entire night.
For that block of time, but those cost extra. You could book lightsaber building for $220, droid building for $100, or reserve a table at Oga's Cantina, food and drinks not included. For all of the above optional add-ons I've listed, there was not enough availability for every guest at the hotel to get them, even if everybody was interested in booking every single one. They were all pretty limited in quantity, and first come, first serve, and you had to know to book them. I guess some people got emails about these things, but because of a glitch, like half the people who booked just didn't get them. I was one of those. And even if everyone had known, they would have had to fight over these things, so it was kind of baked into the model that although all trips were expensive, the bulk of the trips would inherently be inferior in some way. Which brings me to my next point. Part 4. Spirit Airlines in Space. In the United States, we have an airline called Spirit Airlines. Everybody makes fun of it, and it's just kind of universally acknowledged that this is the cheap, awful airline that you only fly on if you have no other choice. Basically, how Spirit's business model works is their base ticket cost is insanely low. It's usually about half the price of the other airlines, but that half-price ticket is going to be the worst flight of your life in the tiniest chair you've ever sat in, bringing nothing with you but the clothes on your back. This is because Spirit makes every possible amenity cost extra. Diet Coke costs extra, the little bags of pretzels cost extra, legroom costs extra, bags cost extra, even carry-on bags, even a purse. I actually don't think flying Spirit is a bad way to fly. If you pay for the Diet Coke and the extra legroom and the carry-on luggage, it just becomes a normal flight, just like you'd experience on any other airline. And with all that stuff added on, you're not ultimately paying more than another airline, you're usually paying around the same amount. So in a practical sense, Spirit is exactly the same as every other airline, they just present the prices in a different way up front. So, why does everybody hate Spirit? Because of the psychology of it. Because you see that initial price, and then for each amenity you're forced to add along the way to get back to that baseline service you're used to, each thing the airline demands payment for, you feel like you're being scammed. It makes the airline look duplicitous and stingy. You're like, ugh, They really want money for a tiny bag of pretzels? Really, guys? And it's like, well, on United Airlines, the pretzels aren't really free either. They're just factored into the total cost. But you don't know that when you're paying for the ticket. So when you get the pretzels, it feels like a perk. Framing is everything. If you pay extra for every aspect of an experience across many steps of booking, you feel taken advantage of every time it happens. It makes your relationship with the company feel antagonistic, as if they're trying to get away with doing as little for you as possible. And on the other hand, if you opt out of those amenities, if you don't add them on, you get a lesser experience. You'll have saved money, but you'll also be sitting on the same plane with all the people who did opt into the slightly better experience, and you'll be watching them get this better service. And that doesn't feel good either. That makes you feel poor. And that is why everyone thinks Spirit Airlines is the scammy, trashy airline, and they feel negatively about flying on it. So that's already pretty bad. But now, let's run a thought experiment where Spirit Airlines charges extra for everything, but that base ticket is no longer half price. In fact, it doesn't even cost the same as all the other airlines. It actually costs more than everyone else is charging, and yet all those amenities still cost extra. Extra square footage, extra activities, extra character interactions, your trip photos. Hey guys, we know you'll probably want all of these things, but each of them is going to cost you just a little bit extra. You don't have to buy any of them, but just be aware that if you don't, there is a non-zero chance that your already very expensive vacation is going to be just a little bit worse than it could have been. In my opinion, if the starting price is already so expensive that all anyone who brings up your product talks about is how expensive it is, it should then be all-inclusive. Add-ons should not exist. The already high price should cover everything. And there especially shouldn't be add-ons that can only accommodate a small fraction of the guests. If you're selling something as a once-in-a-lifetime experience, if an amenity cannot be provided for all guests, it should not be sold to any of them. So what I'm saying is the price seems bad, and it is. But what matters is that generates a customer experience, which is also bad. Part 5, the ship. You'll be seeing glimpses of it in all my footage anyway, but I'm sure you're curious, so first let me walk you through all of the physical environments in this experience. All the spaces accessible to guests. First stop, the arrival terminal. Driving up was kind of interesting. We actually went to the Hollywood Studios park and then traveled backstage. Doesn't even feel like we're supposed to be here.
That looks like the sign. I think that's the sign.
No, that's definitely it. But it's like we're backstage. So we got to see the back of Star Wars Land and drive past what I think are cast parking lots. Yeah.
Star Cruiser.
Star Cruiser. Crazy. So because it was a restricted area, they had a security gate and they took our ID.
Guys, they sound so excited. Holy shit, they're excited for this. Sound like they having too much fun, man. Man, I sure wish I was able to do this.
IDs to make sure we actually had a reservation before we could even drive up to the hotel. When we got to the terminal, it was pretty chaotic. The Star Cruiser set an arrival window of 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., but I've already shown you the cost per minute breakdown. Obviously, everybody is trying to get there and get inside as early as they can. In the story of the hotel, you must take a pod from the terminal up into space, where the Star Cruiser Halcyon is waiting in orbit. So in the real world, you must take a themed elevator to the lobby of the hotel, which is on the 2nd floor. And I think that is fun. I think it's very cute. But that also means that they can only let like 10 guests into the hotel at a time, and the line has to stop for a minute in between. So with everybody arriving all at once, you can expect like a 40-minute wait before you can actually get inside. For reasons I genuinely cannot understand, Disney decided not to build any kind of indoor lobby at street level. It's just a long wait in this sad outdoor queue area, and then a slightly
Oh, that's a lot of money there. That's a lot of money. You not see how much goddamn money that is? Oh. That's a lot of money for a bunch of retards. Dang. Good money.
shorter wait in this sad concrete hallway. And again, in the story, you're not on the ship yet, so I didn't expect anything super fancy here. But like in story, this space is meant to emulate an airport terminal, so why does it look sadder than that? Surely they could have built an enclosed, air-conditioned lobby with some chairs, and then maybe guests could take a number instead of standing in line, just so everybody isn't waiting in a packed outdoor queue in the Florida heat in their Star Wars cosplays, which are also warm. And I do mean packed because there wasn't very much physical room for people to line up, which added to the chaotic vibe. I think Disney must have assumed during construction that not everybody would arrive at once, but Why would they assume that? They knew how much money they were charging. I mean, they even advised everyone to get there an entire day early so they could arrive on time. The cast members brought around chilled bottles of the Space Dasani they sell in Galaxy's Edge to compensate for the heat, which was very nice. And obviously a 40-minute wait isn't the end of the world, but in every aspect of the hotel, I am keeping the price in mind. Again, this was billed as a luxury hotel, and in my opinion, this isn't a luxury hotel way to welcome guests. Plus, our trip was in March and we were sweating in the shade. Imagine going in August. I mean, you don't have to now because they're out of business, but whatever. Right before you get on your pod into space, you get a little out of character intro video. I think this video could have incorporated a little more guidance on the gameplay of the experience, but its primary function was to play a demo of the in-character emergency alarm.
As your adventure progresses, there will be special, highly dramatic moments that will ask for everyone's attention. They will be signaled with a ship-wide display that looks like this.
Then, for comparison, they play the out-of-character alarm and tell you the protocol for a real emergency. For example, if you're in your hotel room when a fire breaks out, the hotel doesn't have fire escapes, so you're meant to crouch in this little shame closet and press a panic button, then wait in the dark for help to arrive. Comforting. I actually thought this was such a
What? Yo, get in the closet, queer. We'll help you. Eventually.
good idea. The intro video, not the shame closet. I have criticized certain other immersive experiences in the past for failing to distinguish between real and fake emergencies, but also fake emergencies are fun, as long as you know that they're fake. So the idea of doing this video gets a chef's kiss from me. And it didn't feel like a spoiler. If anything, it made me more excited for the story because immediately you start wondering when the alarm is going to go off. Upon arrival, everyone's luggage has to go through a security check, and all the people also have to go through a security check. These happen separately because the bellhops take your luggage away as soon as you arrive. So they would confiscate pocket knives, scissors, and anything that looked like a gun, even if it was a prop.
And your journey begins.
Like, I feel like she's already said it, but why did they not market it towards like the World of Warcraft type guys? Why did they market it towards these people? Like, Disney adults aren't gonna do this. They'd rather be annoying and go watch the rides and talk to people about Disney. I don't think they'd want to spend 6,000. Actually, never mind. I would have been pissed. I've been like, is that a gay? Is that a gay? You're ruining my immersion. Wow. Shit, she's a part of the universe. I would have been like, where's that big bitch Lizzo? I'm trying to fuck some.
Once we made it up to the ship, individual cast members were waiting to walk each guest to their rooms. They also gave like a little mini tour as they walked with little nuggets of ship lore.
That little door right there is from our founder, Chuck DeBoer. He wasn't in selling, so...
Oh, so he only needs a little tiny door.
Exactly. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately.
Oh. And then they pointed out where everything was in the room. And our luggage was already waiting for us in our room by the time we got inside, which I loved. That whole part of the experience did feel very deluxe to me, so we were off to a positive start. We were also presented with our M bands, which in the rest of Disney World Resort are called magic bands, but these ones are special because they look different. The band has an RFID chip in it, so you can use it as a room key, you can attach a credit card to it and use it to make purchases, and it also stores fast passes for rides. This is not new technology for Disney. They've been doing it at all their hotels for a while now, but I do like it. I think it's handy. So now the trip has officially begun, and it's time to take a look around. The atrium, this is where we entered. It's a beautiful space. I like it a lot. It has a balcony, which is inaccessible to guests. Up there is where a lot of the major story elements are going to play out, so it's actors only. There are all these cushiony couches with end tables to set drinks on, and down at leg level they also have outlets and USB ports to charge your devices while you're sitting there. I will say everybody was tripping over these low tables the entire weekend. They are at shin height for maximum bruising. There's this little model of the Halcyon, the ship we're meant to be on, so it's a little visual aid. At various points throughout the day they also leave out pre-packaged snacks in the atrium, and they have taps in the corner for chilled and sparkling water. There There are two tiny windows way up high on one end through which you can kind of see.
Man, nobody wants that static TV drink. Nobody likes sparkling water. It's fake. It's fake news. Nobody likes sparkling water. I refuse to believe people like sparkling water. I will die on this hill.
See neighboring planets, or when the ship jumps to light speed, you can see the stripes. To be honest, I don't think it's the best view. I kind of envisioned the common areas of the ship having.
The only reason I would give credit to sparkling water, right? The only reason would be for the simple fact that, what is it? The only reason I would give credit for it would be for the simple reason that, it's really good if you get those water packets. Like, I used to put, whenever I first stopped soda, I used sparkling water. I used to drink Propel. That's what helped me quit, like, sugary sodas. So I drank Propel, and it would be, I would put it in there, and it'd feel like a soda, but it was, like, fruity water. If you drink regular sparkling, you're going to hell, because that's gay.
A lot more ground level windows to space. I probably envisioned that because that's what all of the concept art showed before the hotel was constructed. Also, I got to eat at the space station themed restaurant in Epcot, which opened like a year before the Star Cruiser and has a ton of really large space windows, and I thought that left a much more breathtaking impression. Oh, I should also mention that when the ship jumps to light speed, I thought it would be cool if the atrium or the bridge was on some kind of hydraulic pad to give a little bit of movement when you make the jump. You know, nothing hard enough to make people stumble, but just like a little kick. And since that sounded pretty ambitious, I thought they would just put subwoofers under the floor and it would like vibrate or something. And they actually didn't do that either. When the ship jumps to light speed, it plays the sound effect and you can see the hyperspace lines through those small distant windows, but it's not a horribly convincing effect. One feature I liked in the atrium are these big column things with projections inside. The projections are sort of rotating advertisements for things you can do on the ship, like an image of Gaia to promote her concert. Sometimes it's the Halcyon logo. And then at one point in the storyline, the First Order puts their logo up there because they've taken over. I've heard a lot of discourse about whether or not the ship looks like Star Wars, mostly people saying that it does not. Obviously, that's because everybody thinks of the Star Wars aesthetic as being dingy, lived in. Everything looks like it's from the future, but also at a yard sale. On the other hand, the prequel films were dominated by green screens with smooth 2000 CGI and had some strikingly sterile and plastic environments. The sequel trilogy mostly went back to the nostalgic, dingy sci-fi aesthetic, but then we also had films like Solo showing space opulence, and across all films, the villains' big star destroyers look pretty slick and generically futuristic. So given the breadth of aesthetics across the years of movies, I wouldn't necessarily call this environment un-Star Wars. However, I do think that in even approaching the concept for this hotel, Imagineers ran into a problem. If you're charging luxury prices and offering luxury service, you want to build a luxurious environment. But in Star Wars, our heroes are primarily poor people. In fact, the rich people are usually the bad.
If I would have bought a room, like if I was doing a video like this, I would do the world record first person to jack off in the cantina.
Guys. One choice I found interesting is that in story, the Halcyon is meant to be an extremely old luxury cruiser with a long legacy. So that's how they explain the High Republic stylings of it. This is kind of like the Titanic of the Star Wars universe if it hadn't sunk. I just mean it's an old ship, I don't know. And I speculate that that was not only done to justify the aesthetic, but to also leave the ship open for reworked storylines. Imagine an alternate timeline where this was a smashing success and tons of people went to it, and after several years, everybody who wanted to do it had already seen it. Since canonically the ship has existed for like the entire Star Wars timeline, they could just do a story overhaul every couple years, set it anywhere they wanted to, and not have to make any physical alterations to the building. So they could set it during the original trilogy, they could have new original characters, Luke is running around, and then at the end he fights Darth Vader, or like Jabba the Hutt. Personally, I would prefer
Or the Princess Leia and the other princess squared off from the fourth movie. I remember that. It might have been a porno, actually, I think. Never mind.
for Jabba, and then they could wheel him out on like a big bicycle-mounted puppet, like the Ursula from the Little Mermaid show. He's like, "Oh, I'm here." That's not even what he sounds like. I just assumed that all of this was encompassed in the original pitch for the project, and it would have happened if it had existed long enough, but I guess now we'll never know. Anyway, through a pretty window at the front of the lobby, you can see into the bridge, which has the biggest space windows, so you can kind of see that view into space from the atrium if it's not crowded or you're on that end of the room. The bridge was not open at all times, it was mostly locked, and then they would use it for scheduled story moments for smaller groups of guests at a time. But in the evenings when the story was over, they left it open to guests.
Are we allowed to just wander in?
Probably not, but maybe we should.
We should try.
Let's just do it.
Thank you.
The consoles were all turned off, so there was nothing to do in there during those times, but you could look around and use it as a photo op.
What's the joystick feel like? It's nice. I like it. I want to try it. It's very bendy.
Ooh.
Fellas, let's be honest. If you getting a hand job from a girl, but she's doing it like that, are you killing yourself? Because I am.
Yeah. It's a good feel to it.
Off the lobby is a gift shop full of entirely in-universe items.
During your lightsaber training, you'll wield a lightsaber, of course. We also learned how to deflect laser blasts with a shield just like this one.
I was gonna say it can't deflect a lightsaber, surely. Just lasers?
Yeah, it's more for laser blasts.
Okay.
If you do a lightsaber, I think it would be some protection right
What
there
is
as
it
well.
made of? Is it fragile?
No, it's pretty durable.
I should get this. It's plastic. It can travel.
I thought the selection of souvenirs was pretty cool, although they had no plush, which I took personally. I love that the halcyon aesthetic has everything in gold and silver and black, and it has a cool logo.
So you'll see
I
S
like
carrot
this
there.
droid. What is this?
He's JD series. So
Will we see him?
So our transports are driven by JD FA. So you might not see him, but you'll definitely hear him.
Ooh, okay.
They have all these in-universe clothes and accessories you can buy and immediately wear during your stay, and the quality varied, but I liked the variety. I thought there were some really clever pieces, and personally, I think that in-universe items, and especially wearables, are always my favorite merch for anything. They were sold out of a lot of stuff when I went, though, so that's kind of sad, and I read online that that was pretty much the case the entire time they were open. They never had everything in stock, and that sucks, because you're probably only going to go once. I'm certainly not going to get anything else now. I should also mention that I got this big, gigantic droid for like, I think like $200 or something stupid. I don't want to talk about it. He's my best friend and I love him so much. Anyway, I used the Disney Resort shipping service to send him home, which they heavily advertise everywhere because he's really big and he wouldn't fit in my luggage. And I kept my receipt, so I know I wrote my own address down correctly, but I guess when they typed it into the computer to send it to the post office, they typed a totally different address and my droid went missing. I called a couple different departments trying to ask where my droid went and what I could do about it, and they said that there was nothing that could be done. But then after I tweeted about it on my Twitter account,
Send me my droid. See, this is why I want to blow up. I just want to shit talk. This is all I want. Like, I want to go to a fast food restaurant and be like, I checked the temperature of the fries and they are 2 degrees under standard. I need one of your cards that give you free food for a year.
with a lot of followers, Disney suddenly resolved it and they sent me a replacement. They actually overnighted it to me. And along with it, they sent a bunch of miscellaneous goodies, which I really appreciated. So here again, I feel like if this had happened to anyone without a lot of Twitter followers, they would have had a significantly more frustrating experience. Anyway, on the other side of the atrium, we've got the lounge. I think this area is so cool. As soon as pictures came out, people were like,
I love her storytelling because I really can't tell if she's giving shit genuine praise or if she's bullshitting it. She's like, I was so happy. I can't tell anymore.
It's so small. And I agree, it's a very small space with only a few tables, but every time I went past it, it was never more than 50% full. More on that later. But anyway, at least it wasn't too small. I love all the glowing ingredient bottles behind the bar, the little inset nooks for the booths, and the quilted yellow velvet on the walls. I love quilting. It's so futuristic. This might be my favorite room on the whole ship. I really liked these weird creatures floating around in these tubes. I assume in the lore they're probably involved in making one of the drinks, but I didn't get to learn any of that stuff. And the last thing off the atrium is a little public restroom. I didn't film in there because I felt weird about it, but fortunately I did find a fan film which incorporated footage of it.
I need the sweetness right now to calm me, to bring me down. Ah! Oh no. Oh no. I have dropped the spice everywhere. If this is found, if I am discovered, I am ruined. I am trapped. Stay calm, get it all off the ground. This has all been happening. How am I here? I wanted to be erased.
So, as you can see, that was themed as well. Head downstairs and we've got a few story locations. There's the lightsaber training room, which is usually locked but will be used for a couple story moments later. There's the climate simulator, which in actuality is a small courtyard. This is for the benefit of claustrophobic guests who need to be able to see the sky and breathe fresh air. I can't relate, but some people are like that. In the story of the Star Cruiser, we're in space, so obviously the sky is fake. I'm doing finger quotes. I'm showing my B-roll, but I'm doing finger quotes. The room is simply simulating the climate of our destination planet so that guests can acclimate before arrival. There isn't much to do out here. They have some plants and plaques describing the plants, which we're told are in-universe, and they have all these piles of rocks.
I don't know how I did that.
There's a story moment that happens here, and I'll get to it later. There's a brig, which is fun because it foreshadows that there's probably going to be a jailbreak at some point.
I want to get thrown in the brig.
The brig?
And then there are two locked doors, the engineering room and the cargo hold.
That's going to be one of those areas on the ship that are special credentials required. I would recommend talking to some of our very important crew members or passengers through the messages on your data pad to maybe get some access to that throughout your voyage.
You have to unlock access to those doors over the course of the story. It's mysterious.
Ooh. The cargo hold.
Wish this is still open. I'd be the first guest to kill themselves on this.
What do they have? We gotta go inside.
So those are all the common areas, and I'm sure you're wondering about the accommodations. Part 6, the room.
I swear it. It always like catches. I know, it's weird. I think maybe push it in slightly. Okay. Wow, the aesthetic of that shot was totally weird.
It wasn't my fault. I was trying.
The rooms are little. I heard before I went that the rooms were going to be little, but I guess I wasn't expecting how little. And no, it being a simulation of a cruise ship is not an excuse. Rooms on cruise ships aren't small because it enhances the ambiance of the cruise. They're small for practical reasons because they're part of a massive craft that has to be able to move through water. This fake cruise isn't actually going anywhere, and in story, this ship is supposed to be a lot bigger than the parts we can access anyway, so it wouldn't shatter my immersion to have a slightly larger room. I guess there were bigger rooms available for higher prices. Those rooms actually weren't offered to me when I booked, or I might have gotten one of them for completion's sake. At the time I booked, they weren't even open yet, and there was very little info, so I had just sort of assumed that all rooms were equal, so it might have been nice if the booking agent warned me that I was getting the crummiest room for my extremely high price point. So like, to be fair, it would obviously be overly simplistic to say that I'm paying $3,000 per night for this little room. I've seen a lot of people compare this to the price of other Disney hotels, and that's simply not accurate because at most hotels you're only paying for the room, whereas this is more about the entire experience. But you know what I can compare it to? The thing that Disney is comparing it to, a cruise. Both come with all your food, with alcohol costing extra. Galactic Star Cruiser has actors performing little dramatic scenes, some with special effects, but Disney Cruises have theaters on board showing what they claim to be Broadway caliber performances. And they also have roaming Disney characters to meet. Cruises are actually going somewhere, usually a private island, but the Galactic Star Cruiser does let you off into the theme park. Cruises have kids clubs with games and activities, and also have decks with giant pools and impressive water slides. So cruises do have a little more on offer, but Galactic Star Cruiser has novelty on its side, so let's just call it a wash and say they provide a roughly equivalent experience. So, okay, let's see what this price per guest per night gets you on a Disney cruise. For the Galactic Star Cruiser, it was $3,000 per night for 2 guests. So there's a 2-guest 3-night cruise to the Bahamas, and it's on the Disney Wish, their newest cruise ship. It's $97.30 total, including taxes and port fees, so that's $3,200 per night for 2 guests, or $6,400 for 2 nights. I think that's about as close as I can hope to get to the Star Cruiser's $6,000 2-night experience. So let's see what it gets us. A concierge-level 1-bedroom suite with an extended private veranda. It looks like it's right at the front of the ship. The master bedroom has a king-size bed, there's a little table and chairs to sit down and have a meal, a living room lounge area with a fold-out sofa, 2 full bathrooms, and the master bathroom comes with a double vanity mirror and jacuzzi tub. And oh cool, it looks like they've left this guy a little fruit basket and a bottle of chilled champagne to thank him for booking such an extravagant room. In case you haven't picked up on it yet, this is one of the fanciest ways you can ever do a Disney cruise. Given that a landlocked hotel doesn't even share the same space limitations and overhead costs as a room in a ship at sea, I can't imagine any justification for the Galactic Star Cruiser having smaller rooms. And I know they can make the argument that you're not meant to spend that much time in your room anyway, that all the fun stuff is in the rest of the hotel, but cruise ships make that same argument too, and apparently are still more generous with their space. Disney could have spent negligibly more in the construction phase to make every room a big room, and they decided not to. There is no justifiable reason for Disney to have limited the room size other than stinginess.
It ain't stinginess. This was probably an April Fool's prank. They're like, yo, what if we make a Star Wars resort, but we make those retards pay like $6,000 a night? Wouldn't that be funny? And the CEO was like, that's genius, and the stoned employee was like, what?
And to increase pressure to get you to pay extra for a little more space. Because again, we're on that Spirit Airlines model. Anyway, it was only 2 of us in this room, and for 2 people, I would say it's perfectly adequate space. It didn't feel luxurious, but at least it didn't feel claustrophobic.
It's like a little mouse droid.
I have to ride around on it. It's actually as fun as you would think it would be.
Wait, really? I want to do it.
I'm serious.
I want to do it. Wait, there's another one. No, get out of the way. No way. Ooh. Okay, these are cool.
Yeah, this is your announcement that you're here as like a video you sitting out.
But this room we were in was advertised to fit up to 5 adults, and that to me is insane. I don't even know how you'd fit 5 people's luggage inside. One of the provided beds was a fold-down Murphy bed under the TV, and we actually ended up folding it down like a shelf just to put our suitcases on because the floor space was pretty limited otherwise. Not to mention how limited time is to get ready each day with your one tiny little shared bathroom. I saw some people defending the Star Cruiser's pricing by being like, well, if you put 5 people in the tiny room, you may be able to get it for as cheap as $1,400 per person. To which I say, that is somehow an even worse deal. If you did that, you would still be paying luxury prices, but now you would also be miserable the whole time. It's like when I went to Comic-Con in college with my school friends and like half of us were sleeping on the floor of a Motel 6. Except at a Motel 6, you're gonna pay like $20 a person, and you're probably going to get a room like twice the size of the one at Star Cruiser. The only demographic I can imagine happily splitting this room 5 ways is like 5 physically compact, able-bodied people, each an adult paying their own way, each of whom travels light with only like a backpack with 2 extra t-shirts in it, none of whom wear makeup, and only some of whom shower regularly. I'm sure there are groups of 5 friends who love Star Wars and fit that exact description. And even in their case, I feel like they'd be massively overpaying for what they'd be getting.
So it's just trailers.
It's just like, yeah, I think it's just trailers for Disney Plus, and then the actual stuff you can watch is just like ads and trailers and stuff. Like this isn't the movie Eternals is an ad.
Wait, what? Are you serious? No, like, is there anything on this that's a real movie?
Show ad, I think.
What? Oh my god. Is it like a storybook reading?
Oh no, it is.
Oh, no. That's actually like, how much would they lose just giving people access to Disney Plus?
Anyway, there are things I like about the room. The first one is just luck, but our room was extremely well positioned. The hallways with the guest rooms were super long, and ours was like right at the top of the hallway, I think because I booked so early. We were in room 4-103. The 4 means that in the story of the cruise, we were on the 4th deck of the ship, but the 103 means that in real life, we were on the ground floor of the building. That means that in a fire, we would probably live, which is always fortunate, and it also means that we shared a floor with all the amenities, like the climate simulator, the dining room, and the transportation to the theme park. It was crazy convenient. I slept in the top bunk of the bunk beds, and I really loved my little space pod.
I kind of like the idea of being in a little space cubby.
Yeah? Yeah, it does look pretty cozy. Wait, I want to see if these are squishy. Oh, they are.
I think it's for kids. Wait, what is that? Oh, maybe it's a little reading light. Oh yeah, it is. See?
Oh, that's cute.
It's a little light.
Oh,
this is sick.
Wait, you should do it. It feels good.
Oh, I want to do it. Oh, it does. Nice.
It's padded all the way around, and it made me feel like I was in a little sci-fi cocoon. The mattresses were really...
I also don't get it, because I feel like the people that are gigantic Star Wars nerds are all autistic, so why the fuck would they book to be in a crowded area with a bunch of people all fucking day? Like, what sense does that make?
really firm, and that's what my back likes. I know some people like a soft mattress, and they may have not liked it, but I liked it. They left these quilts on the bunk beds. It's basically just a mattress with a fitted sheet, and then you drape a quilt over you. That's actually how I sleep at home because it's easier to make the bed that way, so no shade. I actually really wish they sold the quilts in the gift shop because that would have been like my favorite souvenir. I heard that some people just stole the quilts and then they charged the credit card attached to the room, and I should have done that. I should have stolen the quilt. I loved the overall aesthetics of the room. If they had made the room bigger or the price point smaller, it would have been an A+ from me.
Oh, look, little space details at the foot of the bed.
Cute. I call those creeblies.
And then of course we've got the shame closet. I'm ambivalent about it. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, creepy. No storage. Yeah, that makes sense.
They left us a little souvenir tin with makeup remover wipes and bubbling face masks. I tried them and they were really nice, and I ordered more online. A+. Look, they're branded and everything. It's so cute. And the illustrations on the back show a Twi'lek using it. I love it. I would totally keep buying them, except now the Star Cruiser is going out of business, and the soap company that makes them is also going out of business. It's a curse. I should also mention that each guest room had this little terminal where you could talk to an AI droid character.
Cute. It's a map of the ship.
Well, I certainly didn't plan for stormtroopers to use the bunk beds.
I don't like this
it's a new
droid.
passenger. Hello, and welcome aboard.
Look at this. Come see it. Hi.
Is now a good time to discuss your journey?
Sure.
Wonderful.
No, I don't like it.
I'm sorry, I just don't find this kind of technology very interesting. It's cool that she's animated, but this just feels so limited, at least at this point in time. Like, I have an Amazon device that turns on my lights for me, but I wouldn't do that on vacation as an activity. Do you know what I'm saying? So I tried to give it a fair shot for a minute, but then I wanted to leave, and I'm afraid I never tried it again.
Before I forget, did you bring any Dianoga eggs with you on board?
Yeah.
I'm so pleased we found you. We found the eggs unattended in the hydrolift and wondered where they came from. I'll move them to containment for our voyage. Now, as for what you can do first. Now, unless there's anything else, I'll let you go.
Okay.
Best journey.
Bye. Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about the space window.
That is cute.
That's so cute. It doesn't read well on camera. It's literally just our reflections in it. Hello.
I saw a lot of people bashing the space window, and I think they're being sticks in the mud. One of the most common refrains was, who wants to pay thousands of dollars to sleep in a windowless coffin? I don't know, I guess I'm built different, but in the short term, I don't really care about having windows or seeing the sun. Maybe this is why my sleep schedule is so broken.
We just hit light speed and we're somewhere new now. This is probably the best looking animation I've seen on the TV. We're watching Ghost Adventures.
I think a space window is a cool substitute and prefer having a
I love how
themed view
she's
to an
trying.
ordinary one.
I love how she's trying to justify it so much. I'd be doing all I could. $6,000? Oh yeah, I'd be like, wow, the floor isn't as messy as I thought.
And didn't feel claustrophobic about not having a real window. But I didn't think the effect was all the way there.
Why is it so smeary? Is it like that from every angle? Yeah. Yes. Okay, interesting.
It never looked very convincing.
There's a little ship.
To be fair, they don't show up well on camera, but to be totally honest, they don't look much better in person. Worst of all, they've got these bright light strips pointed outward around the perimeter of the window. I assume there's some kind of optical illusion science at play here, like maybe the power of contrasts, or maybe keeping our pupils little is meant to make the effect look less bad. But unfortunately at bedtime, most people find those light strips too bright to sleep with, and they're right next to the bed because the room is tiny. They do have this button you can press to close the window, so turn it off, and that shuts off the lights.
I'm just gonna do a lot of like
these buttons.
slow pans. What'd you do? I don't know. What'd you do?
I closed the. What? I closed the screen.
Oh my god.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
You
broke it. It's never gonna open again. But that means if you want those LED strips turned off, you have to turn off the space window, which I would have liked to leave on so I could enjoy it while settled down in my little cocoon. After the hotel had been open a few months, I started seeing posts pop up in Disney World fan groups being like, pro tip, bring gaffer's tape and manually cover all the light strips around the window so you can enjoy it at night. And first of all, most people would not know to do that, so that's not helpful for everyone staying at the hotel. And secondly, it's a little pathetic to be paying luxury prices for a hotel room where you have to then spend 20 minutes putting gaffer's tape on the walls to make its features functional. I really love the idea of a themed hotel room. In fact, whenever I go to a new place, one of the first things I do is Google city name plus themed hotel to see if there are any options. That's how I end up staying in train cars and tiny western towns and goat themed suites. So while I think the demographic for a luxury priced theme
Sorry, I was putting protein powder in my coffee. Sorry.
hotel has got to be extremely small, I am squarely in that demographic. And even with that in mind, this room fell short of my expectations. So, C+ for the room. Part 7, the characters. Since this is a multi-branching story,
Oh,
I think the
yo, is that the character? I think that's her. I think she hired the actress. Holy.
best way to explain it to you guys is just to explain each separate character and their arc. The following characters are the central cast walking around the ship for guests to freely interact with. Captain Kevin. She is a Resistance ally working undercover. I know she's generally trying to help the Resistance, but I'm not really sure what her overall goal is because I'm not
That's what happened to that blueberry kid in the Willy Wonka chocolate factory. That's what happened to them.
Not really sure what the Resistance's goal is. I think it's something about getting coaxium, but I didn't hear any express purpose for it or like anything to give that mission a sense of urgency. In a lot of the publicity photos, this character's design looks whack, in my opinion. I think because you've got the very fake looking shiny red wig and the blue skin and the uncanny contact lenses, but in person under atmospheric lighting, it worked a lot better for me. The captain was probably my favorite character. I feel like we kept running into her. Lenka Mock, she's the crew's director, so like the second in command.
What do I think the easiest huge is to get right now? I'm gonna be honest, if you have like Mastery 99 of it, it'd probably be the fishing one. I've heard of a lot of people been able to get that. But obviously you gotta be fishing 99 and yeah.
To the captain. We also never really talked to her one-on-one. I think maybe she wasn't free roaming as much as the others. We tended to mostly see her pop up for scheduled story scenes, but I think her character's deal is maybe she starts out neutral and then becomes a Resistance ally. But that was just my impression. I might be wrong. Maybe she was with the Resistance the whole time. Lieutenant Croy is a First Order officer investigating the ship.
That's just a Nazi. Like they just went to 4chan and said, "Hey, any Nazi want a job?" That's all that is.
Oh no!
Who the fuck's yelling?
This was another of my favorite characters. This actor had such great villain energy.
I will use a restraining bolt to disable him.
No!
Oh no!
We talked to him a lot too. We were actually trying to get the First Order storyline, but you'll hear more about that later. Croy also brought 2 stormtroopers with him. They don't have names, but I felt like I should mention them because they're also actors. I think their dialogue is pre-recorded like the ones in the theme park, although they do have a whole soundboard to choose from, so there's still interactivity there.
Oh my god, he's got a gun. Very intimidating.
Look how clever you are.
Wow. Sammy is the ship's engineer. He's like a bumbling newbie on the job and begins the story as a neutral character and a coward. On a couple occasions, he gets peer pressured into helping the First Order and then feels guilty about it, and ultimately he becomes a Resistance hero. SK-620 is the astromech on board, and they are secretly sympathetic to the Resistance.
Oh, it's SK! SK! He's looking around.
SK, come in here! Get in here, buddy!
SK!
I love SK. SK is a free-roaming droid. You can go right up to them and touch them and stuff.
He's going up the ramp.
I don't know that you'll all keep her safe.
We will.
You will?
I would die for him.
Thank you, friend. That might be a thing that you don't have to do if you would go back and hide.
I actually spotted the dude controlling SK once. In the grand tradition of theme park robot puppeteers, he's disguised as a dad in street clothes with a bulky camera bag. I'm not showing you this because I think it's a bad thing that I spotted him, but just because it's a little movie magic for you guys, so I hope you enjoy that. I didn't spot him in any other scenes, so I think he generally blended in really well with the crowd and stayed pretty far away from SK most of the time, except for moments in the bridge where they were worried they were going to run over a child. Gaia is a Twi'lek pop star who's performing on the ship, but the performance is really just a ruse to steal an artifact the ship has on display. The ship is from Old Republic times, and in the lobby they've got a big gem which is sacred to the Twi'lek people, but was stolen by colonizers a long time ago. So Gaia wants to grab it and return it to her homeworld. I think she's also a Resistance sympathizer, or maybe she just hates the establishment, I'm not sure. Wraith Cole is Gaia's manager. I avoided him like the plague because you can tell just looking at him that this guy is the smuggler storyline, and I aggressively did not want to do the smuggler storyline. I'm sorry, that's my subjective taste. And I was right, and it worked. Mission accomplished. Anyway, he's helping Gaia steal the stone, I guess. Before my trip, I had actually heard some of the Star Cruiser designers saying that there were all these storylines you could explore, and that one of them was a romance.
Do you join the Resistance? Do you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? There's a love story on board. There's everything you could possibly want.
And there's this moment at dinner where, in my opinion, there was some sort of a sexual tension between Wraith Cole and Lenka Mock. And at that moment, I was like, oh, we're not really interacting with either of those characters, but that must be the romance plot. And she's very by the book, and he's a scoundrel. It's kind of like a Han and Leia sort of dynamic. And my intuition was wrong. We'll get back to that later. Sandro is Gaia's guitarist. He has to learn to believe in himself or something. We didn't really talk to him. He's like that guy at a party who brings a guitar and takes requests.
Plays and then doesn't do any requests and just plays Wonderwall.
I saw in a lot of media preview photos that they had him in different makeup and just wearing a scarf on his head, but on our cruise he was a Togruta, so he had that head thing that Ahsoka has. I kind of assume he's always meant to have the hat, and like, maybe they just ran out of time to put the hat on a couple times and they were like, well, we'll have to commit to this look for the rest of the cruise. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird that all the other characters are the same every time and this one isn't. Uani is my very favorite, so I left her for last.
What?
Should we follow her? We should follow her.
She's a Rhodian, the same species as Greedo, so the performer is wearing a full-face animatronic mask. She speaks pre-recorded phrases in an alien language, and her mouth moves, along with the skin around her eyes and her little antenna things.
Oh, thank you. My hat? I think it would look really good on you. Yeah. Right? It goes with everything. I can't wait to see your show. We're going to the 8 o'clock one.
Yeah, meet Glorba.
Yeah, you'll see us there. Chat with what?
I don't know. I don't speak
You don't speak her language? She's Gaia's backup singer and plays some kind of weird alien instrument. I think her main plot is that she's talented enough to be a star in her own right, but the manager doesn't see her potential. Maybe out of speciesism or something, since she's the most alien-looking character on the ship. Saja is either a character or a group. I couldn't figure out if this character was one individual named Saja or a religious order called the Saja, consisting of like 3 or 4 people. There were multiple characters wearing the same tunic and beads, and I'm like 90% sure that more than one of them called themselves Saja. But in the app, you can get texts from Saja, and then the icon is just an image of one lady, so I don't get it. Anyway, my impression is that these are sort of like the Chirrut Imwe character from Rogue One, who I'm sure nobody remembers by name, but he's the one who's like not a Jedi, he's a monk that studies the Force, so I think that's
Oh, he studies the blade. Okay, I see.
their deal. I think they're not Jedi, I think they just study it and teach lightsaber training and can move things with the Force and dress kind of like Jedi. That's very similar to Jedi, what I'm describing. Don't ask me how it fits into canon. I don't have the answers you seek. So all of the above cast members that I just listed will be on the ship for about 8 hours per day. Actually, the total length of time spans 9 hours because the performers are taking staggered lunch breaks in the middle, but they're staggered so you don't notice. They also kind of stagger when they send them out, so it doesn't feel so much like, oh, the character's shift has begun. Like you'll notice on day 1, Uwani arrives a bit earlier than the others, and I think that's because Uwani is probably split between 2 performers with overlapping shifts. That means they can stretch her time on the ship a little longer, and also she can take more frequent breaks because they probably overheat really fast in there. Similarly, SK is on stage a lot longer than the other actors, and I think that's just because droids have much worse labor unions. And then after all those guys, we have the movie characters. Chewbacca, I don't really know why he's here. Every Chewbacca story moment involves hiding Chewbacca or freeing Chewbacca from jail after failing to hide him. So I don't know what he was trying to accomplish. Rey, I have no idea what in the world Rey is doing on this ship. Rey just ran through here.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
She ran out of there and then pried open those doors and ran through. I know that ultimately she finds a holocron. Spoilers.
What fucking dork in the background's like, "Ah!" Bro think he a part of the Force. I don't know why that just killed me. That fucking... I would have been like, shut the fuck up, man. This ain't real. The fucking dork in the back. I don't know why that killed me. I would be like, shut the fuck up. This isn't real. Oh no, I gotta replay that. That killed me.
Spoilers.
I would be like, shut the fuck up. I don't know why that killed me. That was so fucking stupid.
Yes, a Jedi holocron. But it seemed like that was a surprise to her, so I don't know why she showed up to begin with. Maybe she just wanted to take a cruise. Kylo Ren, I think he's just here to kill us. Like he heard there were resistance sympathizers and wants to kill and torture us. Admittedly, seems like a pretty small fish to fry when you're the supreme leader of the galaxy, but I won't pretend Kylo Ren was ever a reasonable guy. May he rest in peace.
Spoiler, dude. What the fuck? Dude, I wasn't gonna watch Star Wars, but I'm gonna be angry about it now.
Interesting.
I think all huges are gonna keep going up. I'm gonna be real.
Unlike the theme park, this version of Kylo Ren is actually performing his dialogue live through a voice changer. That feels like a little bit of extra effort on the part of the tech crew, which I appreciate, but I don't really see the point. Kylo Ren only appears in a couple short, pre-scripted scenes that seem super choreographed, so it's not like the actor has that much freedom in the performance anyway, and it can sometimes be hard to understand what he's saying. If anything, it would have been cooler to have the stormtroopers speaking through voice changers, since those are the ones you can actually interact with. But whatever. The movie characters do not wander freely like the central cast do. They appear in story moments as like cameos, usually paired with one of the cruise ship characters, but then when the scene is over, they make themselves scarce. So you won't be making small talk with these guys. Oh, and of course, there's me! Since we're living our own Star Wars story, I thought we were supposed to come up with our own characters. I knew I would be filming the whole time, and also that I was hoping to get the First Order story path. So I decided to be Amethea Taupe, an influencer from Coruscant. That's a core world, a wealthy planet, and a political center. I just thought being rich and from there would be as good a way as any to signal complacency with a fascist government. I even brought Skippy, my spoiled little handbag alien dog. See, I made him a little hat. It looks kind of bad, but I made it. I was going to only carry Skippy for one of the 2 days because he's real big, but people seem to really like him, and it occurred to me that maybe if I had him every day, he would be a good recognizable accessory so characters could remember who I was even though I was changing my clothes. If you're not familiar with Skippy, he's a character from a defunct Disney World attraction, and when Captain Keevan saw him, she called him by his name right away.
And Skippy?
Skippy, exactly.
Yes.
You're a fan of him.
Well,
like I said, we love Captain Keevan. Isn't that right, Skippy? That means, yeah, that's how his kind agree. Anyway, having
Whoa, that sounded kind of racist, ma'am.
experienced the Star Cruiser, my takeaway is this. It's not really worth coming up with a character. The performers will ask you your name, but when you give an obviously fake name, they look at you funny and make you feel like you have committed a faux pas. All I can think is, even though
I would like everybody to know, we aren't even a third of the way done with this video. So, I feel like she's gonna rip this whole thing apart.
I went pretty early. Maybe the actors had already encountered too many guests who wanted to roleplay to a weird extent, like trying to be the main character or bringing too much emotional intensity to the game. But again, that's just the vibe I got from the frozen grimaces I received when I tried to use a fake name. It's also possible that the actors are being fed information, which would be linked to the legal name that you booked your hotel under. I'll get to that later. So anyway, I dropped the character name within like an hour of arrival, but I do think it's handy to bring a memorable prop or accessory as a conversation piece. I like how I'm giving advice as if you're gonna book it. Part 8, the food. As on a real cruise, the food is included in the price, so it's all going to be free. Well, you've already paid. It's prepaid. The only refreshments that cost extra money are the alcoholic beverages, and they have some mocktails that cost money too. I know on some real cruises the alcohol is free, but to my knowledge on every
This is a 4-hour breakdown of the defunct Star Wars hotel that Disney had for a year and then shut down because each person had to pay $6,000 to go. And this person paid $6,000 to go. I've never seen this girl's content, but I could already tell she's like a... She made a video 5 days ago. It has 4.3 million views. I think she made her money back. I'm gonna be real. So I think she's good. I think she made her money back from it.
Disney cruise, it's not free. So this was kind of expected for me. I was frankly overwhelmed by the amount of food. They do a scheduled breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and every meal is all you can eat. Outside of meal times, the bar in the atrium also has a whole separate appetizer menu you can order from, and those are also all complimentary. I loved this cloche filled with smoke, and then they lift it up and it's full of little cheese balls and crackers. They also leave out very simple snacks in the atrium between meals, like
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, who the fuck? Like, she said it earlier, you weren't here, but like, it seemed like they made this for like kids. It didn't seem like they made it for like nerds and geeks. Like a nerd and a geek, like they'd want to roleplay more. But this whole thing just seems like it's for kids, which. If a parent is paying $6,000 for a kid to go to this, they're going to hell. I don't think you understand. First off, you gotta put it in perspective, right? The type of people that like this shit, they're rich. Like, these are IT guys, these are, like, engineers. They don't have families for the most part, I would presume. Maybe a wife, no kids. So, they have disposable income. And then you also have Disney adults, so, and they're all sped, so.
like yogurt, fruit cups, Parmesan crisps, and then like some child pleasers like cake pops and goldfish crackers. I saw some haters online being like, wow, paying that much for goldfish crackers? And it's like, okay guys, that's obviously for toddlers. But yes, they have goldfish crackers. I did actually eat a couple. But what I'm saying is you will not be hungry on this trip. It's impossible. The breakfasts and lunches are buffet style, and they have these little space trays with squares and rectangles you can slot the food dishes onto. I saw some people complain.
Yeah, that's what. I mean, not even that. They would just go to Disney. Like, they would just take them Disney. Like, that's the whole thing. Like,
about the tiny portions on these little plates, and I don't understand that because it's a buffet. If you really like something, you can grab 10. But I liked that they were kind of sample sizes. It made it feel low commitment to try everything. They also have waiters wandering around to take drink orders at the buffet service meals. The dining room drinks menu is different from the lounge menu, but the waiters at meals can bring you anything from either menu. They can also bring you normal Earth cocktails if you don't want any of the crazy themed stuff, but in my opinion, you went all the way to space. You should get the themed stuff. They have a soda fountain with all the soda logos in Arabesh, just like in the theme park land, and they also have blue and green milk on tap. In the park...
what? What? Blue and green milk? What the fuck did she just say? Am I tripping? Blue and green milk.
Blue and green milk is like a frozen milkshakey texture.
Oh my god, I would have came. Never mind, I should have played some more. That's the only drink I would have drank. I would have ruined that whole experience for everyone. I'm lactose intolerant. I would have been farting up every experience. Shit myself on the final day.
Texture, and because it's plant-based, it separates a little when it melts, which I think is kind of gross. The Star Cruiser versions of the milk are the texture of milk. I'd compare it to like an Odwalla smoothie, a drinkable yogurt. I don't really like frozen drinks, so I way preferred the Star Cruiser version. It's actually what I was hoping the theme park version would be. Flavor-wise, they're the same as the parks. The blue is fruity and the green is floral. Everyone hates the green milk, but I personally like them both. The dinners are both table service and brought out in courses on platters for the table to share. I think not everybody realized this, but the table service dinners are also all you can eat. If you have a favorite item you finished off, you can ask your waiter to bring out a whole new plate of it, and they will. Also, I'm pretty sure the dessert at the first dinner was literally the same dessert you can buy in Pandora, the World of Avatar. I love that dessert, so I was happy, but it is kind of weird that it was the same. One thing that's true of all Disney's table service restaurants is that they're really flexible about dietary needs. If you have an allergy, they'll bring the chef out to speak with you and make sure you're on the same page. And if they don't have any menu items that can accommodate it, they'll just like think of something special to make. Also, every meal offers the kids' picky eater trifecta of chicken nuggies, pizza, and mac and cheese. And if you're an adult with no allergies and you're just a picky eater, you can order off the kids' menu to your heart's content. But honestly, the space food had very
Alright. This is why I'm never gonna have kids. If I paid $6,000 for an experience and that little fucker wanted chicken tendies, I would hurl him out the window.
unintimidating flavor profiles. It would be like, oh, this tastes like a grilled cheese, this tastes like a curry, this tastes like a pizza. It's a salad with ranch. I will say, though, that Night 2's table service dinner had pretty abysmal vegetarian offerings. I said all that stuff about bringing out the chef and, like, he'll make you something from scratch, but, like, it didn't even occur to me that I would have to do that because every other Disney restaurant I've been to, they always have at least one plant-based offering. In fact, that's true at most non-Disney restaurants as well. But no, when you show up to dinner on Night 2, that's very much not the case. Only the appetizer is vegetarian, and then courses 2 and 3 are both only meat options. Like, they have multiple options, but all the options are meat. And I know you're like, why didn't you just say something? But like, I felt like by the time I realized it was kind of too late to ask the chef to make me something from scratch. And also I'm shy, so I didn't say anything, so I didn't have any food. But I thought that was very unexpected and very strange. I did see somebody on Twitter that asked for a vegetarian option at this meal, and they said they were just like brought a plate of boiled cauliflower. Even though I didn't say anything to the waiter, he did notice I wasn't eating anything from those courses, and he brought us an extra plate loaded down with Mustafarian bread and cheese, which was so kind. And honestly, I didn't even have much of an appetite, appetite at this meal. All the cumulative heavy meals were really getting to me, so
Hey, I was vegan for 2 years. What you got against people like us? Got against us.
I wasn't that bothered. Overall, though, I really liked the menus. On the off chance I had left dinner hungry on night 2, I could have just gone to the lounge and ordered some of those heavy apps, and it would have been fine. One area where they really went above and beyond is that every single meal had unique items on offer. I thought the lunch on day 2 would be the same as lunch on day 1, because most guests go to eat in the theme park on day 2, so I would have kind of excused them for repeating a menu. But no, all new things. Same for breakfast on checkout day. I thought a lot of people are skipping.
I mean, that's literally not true. Did you not just see what she just, like, what happened? She didn't expect them to do that. You just hate them because you just want something to complain about. What that seems like. Lol.
Skipping breakfast and leaving, it'll probably be the same as yesterday's breakfast. Nope. New stuff. A couple favorite items returned, like the pastries and waffles, but most of the egg and meat options were unique. The muffin on the pastry plate is croissant dough filled with a tart passion fruit paste and was one of my favorite things on the whole spaceship. I wish I was eating it right now. So after all that stuff I just said, you might be surprised to hear that I have a pretty big complaint for this section of the video. I said I have no issue with the food, and I don't, but dinner on night 1 was a dinner show. And I have a bone to pick with the dinner show. This is the big Gaia performance they've been hyping up from the beginning.
Not all, but most. So, you're younger, right? Here's what I'm gonna make an assumption that I know is true. You just saw people on the internet act retarded and then base the entire group on it. And then you have imaginary scenarios in your head about what vegans are to get mad at. Because that's all that is.
I should tell you that a lot of people.
Because I can tell you most vegans are not like that. Like I said, I went vegan for 2 years off of somebody saying I couldn't go vegan. And then I'm autistic, so I had to keep eating the same type of shit for 2 years until I stopped.
People are mad about the character of Gaia, probably because she was first introduced in an ad that was extremely weird and badly shot and acted. The main issue people had with Gaia is that she didn't feel Star Wars enough, and I'm ambivalent on that. I mean, she looks Star Wars because she's a Twi'lek. I agree that her songs are not that Star Wars because many of them are in English. I mean, her hit single is called Rockstar Queen. I would never have imagined that the word rockstar exists in the Star Wars universe. It barely even exists anymore on modern-day Earth, but once they committed to having a live human singer, they were essentially forced to have the bulk of the lyrics be in a language she can understand and remember. She does have some songs with portions in Huttese, which is nice. Actually, I think Ula Shuka is entirely in Huttese.
Who'd want to go here? That's a good question. The answer is nobody. That's why it got shut down within a year, and they spent $500 million building this.
Also, Uwani brings us some alien squealing sounds for backing vocals, and that's fun. Initially, I was extremely disappointed when I learned that the dinner show wouldn't be a Chuck E. Cheese-esque animatronic band, which would have made the price tag of the whole thing worth it to me. But Uwani does have an animatronic head, so that's something. Some of the song lyrics are extremely hokey references to Star Wars things, like, "Baby, let me light."
Dog, you gotta realize something. She spent $6,000 for a video to come here. I would nitpick and try to seem anything was fun. I'd be like, wow, the restroom didn't splash water in my ass as much as the other place. This is awesome. Like, at this point, she's just trying to be like, Okay, I spent this much for this shit. It was fun.
Light your Kyber, and there's a whole song about the power of coaxium. Honestly, I'm in favor of that. I wish they had just gone all in on that concept. Her song Gaia, which is one of my favorites, has a whole first verse where she's basically telling the audience her backstory, being born into slavery, working in the—
Like I said, if you pay, once you get to being an adult and you pay for something expensive and then realize it's kind of dog shit, you try to think of positives to not, like, hurt somebody.
the criminal underground, and then becoming a pop star. I love all that.
I wasn't chained to the sun, man. City slumming at the bottom of the line. I ran the streets with the twag, man.
No, I think she, from looking at her channel, she does seem to be like a comic nerd, comic individual. And, like I said, it's just a... Like I said, she probably did have fun doing some things. I guarantee if there's a Hypixel Skyblock hotel, you would be like, oh my god, this is incredible.
Purple stones were the only way I made my ride.
But then there are other lyrics in that same song that have no place in Star Wars. Singing my praise like a choir, deep pockets, I make it rain.
I'm heavy rolling, deep pockets everywhere 'cause I make it rain.
These genuinely sound like placeholder lyrics they just put in the demo when they were figuring out the melody, like they were later meant to be replaced by something more thematic and clever, but then they just weren't. I personally think they could have put like an additional 3 hours of work into refining the lyrics. I think that would have made a big difference. You may have noticed that up until this point in my review, I haven't really been too preoccupied with how Star Wars—
See what I mean? But you're justifying it. You would be like, hey, at least I got a cosmetic. That was fun. You see what I mean? Just because you don't find it the concept interesting, don't mean that other people can't find it. I mean, shit, they clearly had people paying for this bullshit.
the whole thing is. To be quite honest, I don't really care about that. I care about how good it is. I like themed experiences, period. This kind of weird, immersive LARP hotel concept would have been interesting to me even if it was just an unlicensed venture and the theme was spaceship. So all that to say, I was kind of cautiously excited for this dinner show from an alien band. I thought at worst I might be a little underwhelmed, but I like shows, I like kitsch. I like aliens. I did a whole video years ago about how much I love Sunny Eclipse, the singing alien animatronic in Magic Kingdom's burger restaurant. I figured it would probably be kind of irreverent and dorky, but I like stuff like that. And I think on the whole, I probably would have liked this show. I say probably because I couldn't see the show because they sat me behind a pole.
Well, yeah, most people didn't go. That's why it shut down. But like I said, this wasn't catered to you because not something you like. It's catered towards people that have the money and like this type of shit.
Oh, here she comes. Wow. Let's go see the song coming out. We can get
I can't get over this. I really can't.
Now, I'm not accustomed to sharing the spotlight with dinner.
Dinner seating is pre-assigned. We didn't get a choice in this. The dining room has like a recessed center area where most of the seating is, and then around the perimeter of the room they have these elevated booths against the wall. And those two sections are separated by these fat support columns, which I don't even know if those serve a structural purpose. They might just be for atmosphere.
Okay, like, I'm sure it's fine, but this probably is the worst seat in the house, right? Yeah.
Well, it was the worst seat in the house, and it was not fine. I couldn't see a thing. I was at the very edge of the booth trying to peer out, and I couldn't see anything. My sister was at the back of the booth, all the way against the wall, trying to see around the other side of the pole, and her view was even worse. walked around the main dining area a couple times, so we could a little bit see the top of her head for some moments.
It's hypnotic, it's magnetic, it's life-changing, it's me.
In one song, she even came up on the outer perimeter and walked past our booth. But for literally 90% of the show, pole footage. I hope you guys like my quality pole footage. Just trust me, there's aliens singing behind that big old pole. Wani is my favorite character and the most whimsical, spacey thing happening in the show, but she had her weird alien instrument up on the stage, so she mostly stayed planted there. There's even this choreography where they're like leaning back and forth, and it feels like they're making fun of me because they keep kind of leaning in view and then back away. I mentioned there's one song where Uwani makes alien sound backing vocals in the chorus. Well, I didn't realize she was doing that until I got home and watched other people's vlog footage because we couldn't see her face most of the time. At the time, I just thought it was like a synth noise on the track. I think it's really delightful that she's singing, so I wish I could have enjoyed that experience real time. To be frank, I think it's pathetic that I paid $6,000 to go to the Star Wars hotel, and I sat in the room where this show is happening, and I had to go on YouTube in order to see what was going on. Another guest replied to me on Twitter that was at the same table as me, and she was trying to be very glass half full about it. She was like, well, since I couldn't see from my table, I had to stand up and just go awkwardly, like, walk toward the stage and stand there the whole meal. And that was great because I had such a good view once I did that. And it's like, it's a dinner show. You're supposed to be seated and eating. I mentioned earlier that I failed to book the captain's table because I didn't know about it. So the captain's table experience is basically that you're in the center table down on the floor, and theoretically the captain will come by and hang out with you a bit, or on different nights it's different characters. Sometimes I think Lieutenant Croy sits with you for a minute. We could see the captain's table from afar, and it looked like they didn't actually get that much extra time with the characters. I've read that they also got a couple unique extra food items, but that's not a super big deal. But in my opinion, the main benefit to the captain's table is that you're positioned at a table where you'll definitely be able to see the show. So in my opinion, you kind of do have to book the captain's table. Like, it is necessary for a good experience. That's not the way it should be, but that's the way it is. And that makes me feel angry. When I go someplace like this and I know I'm doing a review, I don't have to feel like so much of an idiot when I waste a bunch of money because I know I'm gonna earn it back on the video anyway. So it does lend a sort of comedy of errors vibe when things go wrong. Like, in a narrative sense, it is kind of funny that they put me behind a pole. Here she comes! Probably the only person in that whole room that was filming a review. They really played themselves here. But I have to admit, I genuinely was really disappointed that this happened. Part 9, Choose Your Own Adventure. Okay, let's get into the gameplay. First...
Whoa, why is she dressed like a SS officer? Yo, Mr. Ossifer, what the fuck you wearing?
Let's recall how this was promoted as an interactive experience where you become the hero of your own Star Wars story. Choose your own team, choose your own path, live your Star Wars story.
And be wary of who you make allegiances with, because the choices you make affect the course of your journey and ultimately determine...
I will pay to win game. I will pay money to unlock this right now. Let me in. How many clan points do I have? Ooh. Yeah, I should probably go grind.
That's how your Star Wars story unfolds.
And it's your story.
That's right.
It's your story.
And live out all the different storylines.
They get to choose who they want to be loyal to.
The story will depend on what you do. Choose your own path.
As a passenger, you get to choose your own path. Do you join the Resistance? Do you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? There's a love story on board.
Do you want to help the light side of the Force? Do you want to tap into your dark side?
We're going to invite guests to become the hero of their own Star Wars adventure, and you can do it in whatever way you like.
Ad materials showed kids helping Chewbacca or snitching Chewbacca out to the cops and getting him arrested. The possibilities are endless. That was probably the most.
Y'all fuck with my character though? Y'all fuck with it? By the way, this is Naruto running the animation. I know you can't tell, but this is Naruto running. This is my favorite part. I want to show y'all real quick. I've showed other people, but I just want to show y'all real quick before I continue the video. Look at this. I can't climb the stairs. This is how small my character is. I can't climb the stairs. Like, even if I go over here, look. Can't climb the stairs.
Advertised aspect of the experience that you would choose between a number of branching paths. As it got closer to launch, it became clearer what those paths were going to be. First Order, Resistance, or Smuggler. I've seen some people say Jedi was also a path, and I would argue that it was not. You could unlock a couple Jedi scenes, but they were tangential to whatever main path you were already on. They weren't their own story track. So first I'm going to tell you how all this is supposed to work to the best of my knowledge. The gameplay is actually split into two halves. Actor-based gameplay and app-based gameplay. The small cast of actors are the NPCs for this experience, the non-player characters. Each individual character has their own schedule set in stone, and then there is a corresponding, seemingly algorithm-driven app working in tandem with the human performers, which is why this schedule is so important. The same computer program that's organizing the actors is also guiding the itinerary of the hotel guests. You can interact with the characters in person, but you also use the app to receive text messages from them. So obviously these texts aren't really coming from the actor, they're from the app, and you can reply with a menu of choices from a dialogue tree to get pre-written answers. In this way, you can build affiliations with the different characters, which theoretically sets you on one of the available story paths. I feel like my viewers know that whenever I use the word theoretical, things are about to take a turn. This information has not been publicly released, but allegedly the actors have some way of syncing real time to the data in the app. Allegedly, this may be done via earpieces. I said earlier that all the guests are wearing these little wristbands with RFID chips, so allegedly the characters all have proximity readers wired into their clothing. When you approach them, their reader detects your bracelet, identifies your profile in the app, and then their earpiece can feed them information about you. So we don't know exactly what would be said in these alleged earpieces, but for example, maybe it says, "Trust level high," and then the actor knows to greet you warmly. They could even use this tech to remind the actors of your name if they wanted to. The proximity readers could also theoretically send data back to the app, so if you spent a long time interacting with a particular character, that would boost your trust score with them and impact your story path. So let's say you've been texting a lot in the app with the AI version of the First Order General. The AI can ask you if you want to help him in his mission. You can say yes. The app can assign you tasks that don't require any actor involvement, like check that computer terminal for me, and then track whether you fulfill these tasks. The app knows the actor's schedules, so the AI version of the General can text you, "Meet me in the atrium at 4:30, knowing that the actor will actually be there at that time. Then when you see the actor, his earpiece tells him, "Name, Jenny, trust level, 80%. And then the actor
Hold on.
knows to say, "Ah, Jenny, you've been very helpful to me. Well done," thus marrying the two halves of the gameplay in a way that feels seamless on the user end. From there, the characters you've been loyal to can pull you into unique in-person story moments to involve you further.
Oh, here's me tricking some stormtroopers into going into the brig so that we could lock them inside.
Day 1's schedule is already programmed in for you before you arrive. You'll have training on the bridge, lightsaber training, and be seated for one of 2 possible dinner times. And in between those activities, you're meant to be utilizing the app and talking with the AI versions of the characters. You may also have interactions with the actors while doing so. At the end of day 1, the app checks all your loyalty scores to figure out which story path you're on. It then uses that information to create your day 2 schedule, which is more personalized and storyline specific. So when you wake up, you'll see that you already have mission assignments waiting for you for the side you're affiliated with, and you'll also be put in corresponding story scenes. So for example, if you're on the First Order side, you might be asked to locate contraband cargo, and then be dropped into a couple First Order cutscenes, and maybe they even mention the cargo as a reward for the task you completed. Or maybe you'll get invited to a meeting with the stormtroopers, or see the general get a call from the Supreme Leader, or something like that. Something that makes you
Can they quit saying Supreme Leader? I keep thinking of Kim Jong-un.
feel more directly involved with the story. I imagine there are probably 5 or 6 possible cutscenes running for each story path, so the app just schedules you into, let's say, 2 of those per person. Then everyone gets the same finale, which is a big performance in the atrium and wraps up all the story threads. And if you've been a particularly proactive player, there are moments when the actors can shout you out by name, integrated into the finale. That all sounds conceptually very clever. And if it works, sounds like a pretty fun experience, right? I think so too.
She's so excited.
Part 10, living my Star Wars story. Okay, so I'm going to be frank, the gameplay did not work for us at all. At some point, there was some kind of critical logistical failure which broke every aspect of it. I was continually frustrated the entire time I was there, and I left extremely disappointed. In our particular experience, none of the actions we took at any point directed the course of our story in any way, and I have guesses as to how that happened, but I'm going to get to that later. So, here's how it went for us. I knew going in that I wanted to pick one story path because that would be the best way to gauge how well the experience works. They say it's a choose-your-own adventure, so I would attempt to choose. A while before the trip, I decided that I was pretty set on getting First Order because it had been met with the most skepticism as a story path, and also Disney is a family experience and presumably motivated not to have a losing team, so I was very curious how they would handle a villain side of the story. So at first when they turned us loose in the ship, I had no idea what to do with myself. They don't really give you any guidance, which I was initially optimistic about because I'm a pretty big escape room enthusiast, and you're pretty much always dropped into those cold, and then you just figure out what you're supposed to do through environmental clues. I figured they would probably be using the RFID bracelets as part of the gameplay, and I envisioned there being loads of like tap points that you have to hunt for. So like maybe if you tapped a panel in the captain's area, you could download a secret file, or you could tap a touchpad next to an item to add that item to your inventory, and then you could use it later. So I guess I was envisioning something like a point-and-click adventure game, but in real life.
We found another purple sea urchin.
You know, like the NPCs ask you to fetch something for them, and then you explore a ship full of set dressing details and Easter eggs. Maybe you see an access card glued to a table, tap your band on it to collect it, and then you gain the ability to open a new door. Or you read a clue in a memo posted on a wall, and then text the code word to the proper character in the app, and then they give you your next task. Through that, I feel you could have some sense of discovery and forward momentum. I'm picturing something like, you need the Kyber crystal, but it fell in a crate with the alien frog monster and he's guarding it. You'll need to get the droid parts to trade for the Jogan fruit to distract the alien. And then once you've collected the Jogan fruit by tapping your band on it, you tap your band next to the frog's cage, the little frog animatronic wiggles around and makes eating sounds, and it backs away from a prop of a Kyber crystal, which you can see through the bars of the cage, and then the app is like, you got the crystal. Sorry, Skippy heard me saying the name of his favorite snack. I had to go get one for him. I imagine the kind of gameplay I'm describing would also inspire a cooperative spirit between the guests. Are you helping the Saja? Have you found the droid processor? Sure, friend. It's over here. That's what they walk like. But no, they didn't have anything like that in the gameplay. They did have an item collecting mechanic, but It was bad. See, the app they had us using is actually an extension of an existing Disney app, the Disney Parks Play app. This app was heavily promoted in the early days of Galaxy's Edge because they said you could use the app for interactive gameplay in the land. They called it the Star Wars Datapad Experience. You probably haven't heard of it because nobody ever talks about it because it isn't any fun.
Okay, wait, something's gonna happen.
It did nothing.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I should also say RIP to the GOAT. You know, thank God, finally. So now people can quit trying to make money off of it. But RIP to the Doge dog. They passed away today. RIP.
That was your reward.
It's just so quiet.
It made a little
It's so quiet.
You got $9.
Why don't they blast the volume on this?
You know, in Rogue One, when they have to go out and then hack a panel and receive $9.
Do you think anything's gonna move or happen? I'm beginning to lose hope.
It's the same sound.
Yeah.
Courtyard antenna.
Oh, maybe it'll do something.
Yeah, please do something. Maybe it's just not working yet.
I got it!
Oh, jeez!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Basically, all it lets you do is scan QR codes on crates scattered around Star Wars land.
Wait, there's loads of cargo.
So many things to scan.
You'll scan one and the app will present you with a rudimentary puzzle. Then when you solve it, it'll be like, there's a hyperdrive in this crate. And superficially, the hyperdrive will be added to the inventory in your profile. You can't do anything with it, so you know, that's it. That's the game. It's like collecting virtual postage stamps. So anyway, since the Star Cruiser app is built out of the Star Wars Datapad game, they also have crates in the hotel with QR codes on them. So if you like, you may scan those crates. I wouldn't really call this part of the gameplay. It was just something you could do. As in the theme park land, you can't use the items later. They're not connected to the story. And I've seen no evidence that they affect loyalty scores or anything else. There's no find the key, find the antidote, trade this item away to the NPC to get the item you need. It was just busy work, or maybe you could call it Easter eggs if you get joy from seeing small icons on your phone of things from Star Wars. But I assumed this part of the gameplay was just put in to occupy the really little kids who wouldn't sense the futility of what they were doing. I noticed immediately that there are these computer terminals throughout the ship. I think there are 6 to 8 of them total, and I believe they all work the same as each other. They just have multiple so they can be used by more guests simultaneously. But like, you don't have different options at different terminals, they're all the same. By the way, the terminals are not touch screens. They use a few large buttons that are below the screen. Touch screens probably would have taken too much wear and tear, so that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just mentioning this because you'll notice in my footage that every time I walk up to the screens, I start trying to slap my fingers against them. I just feel like it makes me look kind of stupid, and I know someone that's been is gonna remark on how I'm doing it wrong, so I'm getting ahead of that now. It's reflex, I promise. I did also use the buttons. It's just often when I'm slapping the screen, that's when my camera is pointed at the screen. My camera is looking where my fingers are slapping. That's how I film everything. I slap everything. You just don't see it because I edit around it. Okay, anyway, moving on. You tap your band first to begin utilizing a terminal, which at first seemed promising. These terminals are presented in story like they're intended for the guests. Like they show the map of the ship and other innocuous stuff, but then there's also a password-locked section of the computer that you're clearly supposed to break into.
Enter access code.
Let's hack it. Let's hack it.
Okay, what do you think the access code is?
Jenny, you have to earn it.
But how?
You have to hack.
But how?
Okay, I found the first thread to pull at, the first puzzle to solve. I figured if there's a password, there's a way to get the password. We must have to look around. Maybe it's written down, like it's on a post-it next to the captain's chair. Maybe we have to talk to the captain. Maybe she uses her pet's name as the password. Maybe there's a clue hidden in one of the plaques next to all these artifacts in the atrium, or a puzzle we can unscramble.
During the...
No.
I'm a little rusty. I'm a little rusty.
God. You're just showing.
Yeah. Dedication. During the ship's dedication...
I found out later that that's not the case. According to other players' accounts, sometimes when you tap your band on the terminal next to the computer and try to go in the restricted files, you then receive a text in your app from the smuggler character. He says something to the effect of, "It looks like you're trying to hack into the terminal. You must be sneaky like me. Let me give you the password and you can help me with a job." And yeah, then he just tells you the password. It's kind of anticlimactic in a way I don't like. Maybe I'm the crazy one, but to me, me, that doesn't really feel like earning the password. Imagine if a video game worked like that. Like you try to open a door, you find that it's locked, and then an NPC immediately sprints over and just hands you the key. I wouldn't even really call that gameplay. I actually saw some fans saying online that this is how you triggered the smuggler storyline. They were like, if you want to be a smuggler, first thing, go to the computer terminal and try to get into the restricted files. Then you'll get a text from Wraith Cole. And no, you won't. I did that, and that didn't happen. And some people online tried to victim blame me when I pointed that out and were like, no, you have to do it first thing. And like, I don't know, I feel like I did it pretty much as soon as gameplay started. In my opinion, it seems like sometimes it happens, and sometimes it just doesn't. And if it doesn't, you just don't have the password, sorry. This also undermines any ability for guests to work together, like I was saying earlier would be cute.
Wait, what's this? What is steering wheel? Oh! Don't get hit by the gun. It almost killed me. Oh my god.
In fact, at one point we asked these other passengers how they'd ended up on their mission thread, and they were so nice, they literally dropped what they were doing and walked us physically over to the computer they had used and tried to walk us through all the same steps they had taken, and when we did the same thing, it didn't work for us, so we gave up. I saw a lot of this online, guests confidently telling others the exact action to perform to get a certain outcome, but anecdotally, it doesn't seem like the game works that way. It seems like it's actually a lot more luck-based than many of the participants realize. So we felt we had very quickly hit a dead end, and worse yet, we could see other players around us who had gotten the text with the computer password, or at least had gotten some other intro point to the story.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, we just hacked in.
Was it hard?
It was easy.
There were kids happily tapping away at the restricted files, and I'm just standing in the middle of the atrium like, what did I miss? What am I doing wrong?
I don't understand what people are doing. Class, it's 4 letters.
Yeah.
South.
Thank you.
I don't know. How did they get in? I'm so confused. I feel like we're missing something.
It just made me think there was some obvious clue I had failed to find, which was really demoralizing.
It's just like everyone else is like deep in missions and I don't even know what they're doing. Oh, we're supposed to touch this for good luck. Okay, we did it. Maybe that will help.
There are so many points in my footage where I'm just
Is anybody still here or no? Anybody here or test 1 2 test 1 2 okay.